seat?
It is.
And the car seat?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 36 is inside the victim's vehicle. And do we see two particular pieces of evidence? Actually, three. One is a frosty cup from Wendy's, and then apparent blood and an apparent bullet strike.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 37 are close-ups of those inside the victim's vehicle.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 38, do we also see blood droplets in the driver's side door of the victim's vehicle?
Yes.
State's 39 is going to be the passenger vehicle that apparently was struck by a bullet.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 40, do we see a bullet strike there?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 41. Now, we notice the difference between 40, which is at the scene, and 41, which is apparently at some garage. How did the vehicle get there?
It was towed by one of the wreckers on rotation on that night and escorted by Property Officer Choate to the secured property room.
So why do you further process the vehicle away from the scene?
We wanted to wait till the next day in order to see everything possible, as well as we were tired. We were like, let's take a little bit of a break, a little bit of a breather, and then come back. And we processed it there in our back lot.
Do you make sure that the car is secure, the vehicle is secure during this process?
Yes, sir.
So State's Exhibit 41 is showing that you're beginning the processing at your lot in Jacksonville Beach.
That is correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit 42, I guess we've already semi-seen this because we see the blood on the near the gear shift.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 43, are we starting to see bullet strikes?
Those are blood spots, yes, sir.
Blood spots. You can see that with these little white placards that indicate that's where you're seeing blood. Is that correct?
That is correct.
State's Exhibit 44, so it says BS4, that's going to be blood spot 4.
That is correct.
Now we see the jury can differentiate between the blood spots, which say BS, and then the placard that says. And that's inside the victim's vehicle.
Yes.
State's 45. State's 46 is again a bullet defect with the shattered passenger window.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 47 is bullet strike 2.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 48 is, I guess you have taken out part of the door to show that bullet strike?
Yes.
And why did you take out the door? Are you looking for the actual projectile?
That is correct.
State's Exhibit 49, and another shot of the door taken, the inside paneling of the door taken off so we can see the bullet defect?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 50, what'd you find?
We found a projectile inside the actual door, on the very bottom of the door.
State's Exhibit 51, is that a photograph of that?
It is.
State's Exhibit 52, placard 10, we were looking at there.
It is a projectile that was found when I was trying to open the glove box up. It just fell straight out.
So it wasn't there until you opened the glove box?
That is correct.
So it kind of fell. Does that correspond generally from that first bullet where it said number 1?
Yes.
Okay. And just visually speaking, does placard 10 and State's Exhibit 52 generally look like the same projectile found underneath the victim's body at the scene?
It does.
State's Exhibit 53, do we see that corresponding bullet defect near the glove box?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 54 is another shot of placard 10.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 55 is a close-up of that projectile.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 56, is this the tire that you recovered from the scene?
It is.
State's Exhibit 57, another photograph of that tire.
Yes.
So we have a couple things to show you. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? The first, and I guess most interesting, is going to be State's Exhibit 90. May the witness step down.
Sure.
He can.
Officer, if you would, there's a microphone there, this clip to that.
We can share too, Your Honor.
I can get it off.
I'm very familiar with the microphone.
Absolutely, yeah.
I got it. enjoyed that wrestling. So I want to show the jury, this is State's Exhibit 90. Yeah, if you could stay there, I'll stay here.
Officer, go ahead and clip it on your, give him a moment.
Can you hear me? It's good? We're good?
Sounds good.
All right.
Now
Yes,
clip it on your belt. There you go.
You've done it your whole life. Good job. All right, so State's Exhibit 90, is this the tire that you recovered from the scene?
Yes, sir.
Explain to the jury how you went about processing this tire.
So once it was recovered at the scene, it was transported to the station by Officer Choate, Property Officer Choate. The next day I came in, unpackaged it, unsealed it, and I took photographs of the front side here. And when it came to processing the tire for possible DNA evidence, per our policy, I wore gloves as well as using sterilized water. And to make sure there's no further cross-contamination, we also go an extra step. We put on 2 pairs of gloves between each and every swab. So I went through almost a half a box of gloves just to process this tire.
And when you say process it to look for DNA, we see in State's Exhibit 92, it looks like a Q-tip. Explain to the jury how you use State's Exhibit 92 to process for DNA.
So first things first, once I have labeled the package the way I want it to be for whichever piece of evidence that I'm processing, I open with the package up wearing double latex gloves. I pull the Q-tip out. I put on some sterilized water from a sterile tube. I put it on the tip of the Q-tip, and I process whatever I want to process. In this case here, it was clean areas on the tire that seemed out of place for a dirty tire.
And State's Exhibit 92 is going to be from the inside of the tire, which is going to be the part of the metal that's facing the jury right now.
Yes.
And so you essentially take a I'll just turn it around like this because we have what it's referred to as the valve stem. Was that an area that you thought maybe someone had touched?
Yes, the valve stem cover, the cap itself. If anybody's filled up a tire.
Ask you about the processing of the vehicle is one of the things that you looked for on the victim's Volkswagen Atlas, that there was a potential tracking device on that vehicle.
Yes, sir.
And how did you go about searching for a tracking device?
So first things first, I took our tablet that we use for the Oscar device as well as for our laser mapping. I turned on the Wi-Fi signal to see if there's anything that was pinging towards the Wi-Fi. I also turned on the Bluetooth to see if there's anything like an Apple AirTag, anything of that nature that will give off a signal. I then also downloaded a tracker app for a scanner app, that would actually detect possible trackers.
And were there any trackers that were placed on the vehicle?
No, sir. Not that I was able to find.
And was there an Apple AirTag that was on the victim's keys?
There was, yes.
And well, that's okay, I already asked that. That's Ms. Stifler, anything else? That's all the questions I have here.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination.
Did you need the pictures, Mr. Dresser?
Thank you for offering. I don't think so. Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm good, sir.
Thanks for being here.
Yes, sir.
So just real simply put, you spent a lot of time collecting evidence in this case. Is that?
Yes, sir.
And you did so carefully?
Yes, sir.
And you did so that you could help all of the officers in your department, including the detectives, figure out who committed this murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
So the idea when you collect DNA is that you do it carefully.
Yes, sir.
And you do it in places where you can hope to connect that piece of evidence to a particular person.
Yes, sir.
so that later, and in this case, the jury may be able to hear that somebody's DNA was found on that tire.
Yes, sir.
And that somebody may be connected to all the other evidence that you collected.
Yes, sir.
That's the whole idea, right?
Yes, sir.
And you did that with all of your training and experience to make sure that the detectives in this case could solve this crime.
Yes, sir.
I don't have any further questions for you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Joyce. Is there any follow-up? All right, may the witness be excused.
The witness is excused for now, subject to recall.
All right, officer, do you know what that means?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir. You can step down, stay in touch with the attorney. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, the state will call its next witness.
State calls Corporal Brian Wallace.
Corporal Brian Wallace, please. Good morning, Corporal. If you can walk all the way forward.
Your Honor, we're doing a little computer transfer, so we may need a minute or two.
Sure. Wait. Stand here. Raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Corporal, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
All right, sir, if you make your way to the witness stand. While the attorneys are getting everything situated, make sure that if you turn towards the monitor, that you keep the microphone near you.
Yes,
okay? Feel comfortable.
I know how to do it. Just like you.
Good morning, Corporal.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to our jurors?
I'm Brian Wallace. I'm currently the traffic sergeant with Jacksonville Beach Police.
And how long have you been with the Jacksonville Beach Police Department?
For 15 years.
And during your time there, what positions have you held?
Started off July 11th, 2011, patrol, and then I spent about 2 years on patrol, went to the downtown Cape unit. It's the community assisted policing effort, basically downtown bar unit. I was there for about 5 years and then went to the special investigations unit in 2018, 2019, where I spent about 5 years there. And then in April of 2022, I got promoted to sergeant, and now I manage the traffic unit at Jax Beach Police.
And I want to ask you a few questions about February 16th, 2022, and your involvement in the investigation into the murder of Jared Bridegan.
Sure.
Did you participate in the investigation in the capacity of collecting and putting into property surveillance, ring camera, home surveillance camera videos?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you respond to Sanctuary Boulevard South on February 16th, 2022?
I did not on the 16th.
When did you become involved with the investigation?
The very next day, February 17th, 2022, about 8 o'clock, we had a briefing in the morning. And I was in special investigations at the time, and we were in charge of canvassing the area around the shooting scene. And we all had blocks of areas where we would go canvass, knock on doors, try and find surveillance and things like that. And so that was my responsibility for a better part of the next month.
Okay. Could you give us an estimate, if you know, how many houses do you think yourself and members of Jacksonville Beach went to looking for surveillance or eyewitnesses?
Hundreds. Couple hundred-ish. Myself knocking on doors, maybe 50, 60, something like that. And some neighborhoods in Jacksonville, when police knock on doors, people aren't all that excited to answer. Did you have any difficulties with people in this area being cooperative with your investigation?
I would say most people were pretty cooperative. There's some that, didn't really want to come to the door. They might talk to you through a screen, or they, open the door and kind of are apprehensive, not really sure why you're there. But once you tell them who you are, what you're trying to accomplish, and kind of a little bit about what's going on, they're usually pretty helpful.
How did you decide what houses that you were going to go to and see if they had surveillance?
That was started kind of at the 8 o'clock briefing on the 17th, and I don't know if quadrants is the right word, but just kind of areas of responsibility that I was responsible for and other members of special investigations. And so we started at the homicide scene, and then we kind of worked out from there. It was determined that we would kind of start at the scene and then work all the way up to the last known location. And so where I started was, I think it's 4089 America or 4098, one of the two. And that's at the very end of America. That's at the very end of America and abuts up right to JTB.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 209. And do you recognize this area?
That's Jacksonville Beach.
And this is a Google map of the area. Can you show us kind of indicating, you can mark on your finger, like touch screen, where you began, where the homicide scene is and where you began canvassing?
Sorry. This little circle right here is the incident scene, and kind of this little stretch of area is America. And right where this X is kind of 4089 America, and that was the first house that I went to. And then after that, for the first day, I do believe it was in kind of this area, this Ocean Terrace, Grande Boulevard, Jacksonville Drive, other portions of America. And then, you know, through the next several days and weeks, we kind of moved north on America, hit, you know, houses on pretty much each side, kept on going up through America. Do you want me to keep going? Or just stop there? Okay. Yeah, then we...
No, just, I want the jury to get an idea of the geographic area you covered.
Sure. Sorry, I'm kind of... This is the kind of the homicide location. And then we went up through America and did a few houses on Evans Drive. There's actually like a West Wind, which is this, and East Wind. We did some houses on West Wind Drive. And then kept on going. Hit Seabreeze, which is this location right here. And then now we're getting into Fairway Lane. And go up through Fairway Lane, and then it turns into 15th Street at this location, and then there's a kind of a northern portion of the map, but...
I have another portion of a map I'll show you in a moment. On February 17th, did you or the team with Jacksonville Beach Police have any information as to a suspect description or a vehicle description? How is it that you chose this route?
I think it was just investigative effort. You know, you start at the X, right? You start where the incident happened and you kind of work up from there. And you're trying to find some type of evidence, video of, you know, was this captured on someone's home surveillance system? And so it would make sense to start in the America Avenue because it is a pretty wooded area, right? I mean, on this location right here is woods. And then there are some houses on America. And then there's a few on that Sanctuary Way North, and then you get into Sanctuary, but it is pretty wooded, except for that area on America Avenue, 40, 67, 89, 73 houses right there.
You're following a route of what appears to be kind of, for this area at least, some of the thoroughfare streets that someone would drive. Was that intentional? Can you explain to the jury the thought process behind that?
I'm sorry, you're saying going from, like, the thought process of this route?
Yes.
Yeah, last known location, right? So he dropped off kids at the residence, which is on Marsh Inlet. It's a northern location of this map.
I'm going to show it to you right now. I'm going to show you states 2 and 8.
Okay.
And from the bottom of this map, is that the end of where we left off previously? So we see Fairway Lane here that you had circled previously.
That's correct. So Fairway Lane, then we go up, Fairway turns into 15th, it's kind of one and the same. And then we go up, and then right here, we're at Marsh Inlet, last known location.
Okay, and this pin here indicates the residence that you all had information was the last place Mr. Bridegan had been seen.
That is correct.
And that would be 1511 Marsh Inlet Court.
Correct.
In this area, where else did you canvass for video surveillance?
There's a golf course right here, so this is kind of out. A few, I don't think any houses on Marsh side went, and again, this is kind of a group effort, right? This is not all just me. There's several detectives that are doing this canvassing. And then there's some detectives did on Marsh Inlet, I think a few houses on 15th, but we tried to hit the majority, if not all of the houses on that route.
Did you gather any surveillance? Obviously, this is the golf course. Did you gather any surveillance from Cradle Creek Preserve, from Shutter Avenue, or any of these areas?
So eventually, yes, at the police department, which is kind of right here, we have some surveillance that we were able to pick up. This is Discovery School right here. Their cameras this is later in the investigation, found out that their cameras were not working. And then there were nothing here in the golf course. Cradle Creek's cameras were down from a previous tropical storm. I think a tree hit the pole or power outage or whatnot, and they were not operational at the time. On this route, specifically, there's one house, I think it's 25 Fairway, where we were able to get some video eventually in the case, and I think that's kind of the first one where we were able to use that for, I guess, not the first video that we obtained, but one of the ones that we used.
And we're going to show the jury video compilation in a moment that you've previously seen before today, correct?
Correct.
The video they're going to see, you mentioned that this house on Fairway Lane is kind of in this particular area, one of the few cameras you were able to get surveillance of the victim's vehicle and what would eventually be identified as a suspect vehicle. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you mentioned that there were no working cameras here at Cradle Creek.
That's correct.
No working cameras here at the Discovery School.
That's correct.
And eventually, did you obtain some video surveillance footage from this apartment complex?
Yes, we did. That's, I believe, 1712 Pablo Hamlet. This is a assisted living facility. We were able to get some video from Pablo Hamlet. And then if you go even further north of this and kind of go a little bit west, we also obtained video from 1712 Beach, which is Taco Lu. They had some exterior surveillance that was also working. So as far as up north here, if you kind of like look up here, there's Taco Lu on Beach Boulevard. And then you turn down on 15th, and we ended up getting Pablo Hamlet, and then some at the police department. That's really about, now we're getting into some public storage areas kind of in this portion of the map, and there's other areas on 9th Street where we also obtain. You want me to go into that too, or just kind of?
Sure.
Okay, yeah, so there's, if you go to this 9th Street area, this is, again, further on in the investigation. We were able to obtain some video from some Jack's Refrigeration, which is at the corner of 7th Avenue South and 9th Street. There's a home on, I think it's 882 12th Avenue South, might be 13th. We used that as well. And then I think public storage, we also had some surveillance from there. And that looks about it on this map.
Okay. So for this particular area, we know we've got surveillance here, Taco Lu, which is up here.
Correct.
This area, and this area.
That, I believe that's correct. It might be not 12th, it might be 13th.
Sure. And just for the jury's information, it wasn't for lack of trying. You didn't skip houses along these routes or anything like that. It was just where businesses in this area or houses in this area actually had working cameras that faced the street.
Correct. Working cameras. You will find that a lot of people don't pay for the subscription service, so they only have just live video feeds and things like that.
And so when you went to visit people, tell me more about that. Were there occasions where somebody had a camera in the front that you noticed, but they don't have historical footage?
Sure. A lot of people, they have cameras, but they only pay for example, I think a couple of cases that were like Google Nest, there's a free system that you get, and you get, I think, 3 hours worth of data. Everything else after that is washed. Most of the cameras now are subscription-based, so if you don't pay for the subscription, then they're not going to hold on to that data. The videos that we did find, some people have like the Lorex systems are the ones that you would find that have like an internal terabyte or, just some internal hard drive that would hold video. And those places were the ones that had historical data that was longer than, say, 3 hours, a day, a week, things like that. So it kind of varied. Some people had data for 7 days. Some people had data for longer than that. But it was not a lot, but a good portion, I would say.
In collecting this video surveillance, and I understand there were other detectives working with you, did you all make efforts to ensure that the time and date stamp on the videos you collected were correct?
Correct. There's a few that you'll see some time and dates that are incorrect, and some people just don't manage their home security system, or when they start it up, they don't change it properly, and it's not synced up, right? So Ring's usually pretty good about that, but other of those home systems that you can buy online, they're inaccurate. So there's a few, like the Pablo Hamlet one is going to be a little off. The
think it's 3551 America, which is the Slayman house. That one, I think, is also a little bit off. And then a few here and there are, you know, not exactly accurate. So we had to adjust for that, right? So we're using our phone to just make sure that, like, okay, what we're looking at right here, we need to do some quick cop math and find out that, you know, this is the time that we're working within. And so sometimes we had to use that math and go back in time, and then we go, okay, this is the actual time of the video. It's not exactly the time that's in the top right, top left, wherever it is.
When you collected videos and ensured that the time and date stamp was correct, if it was not correct, did you document that in reports?
I don't remember it. I think, I don't know if I did or somebody else might have, but it was at some point transcribed onto a piece of paper that was handed over to one of the lead detectives, and that way they knew the information that they were looking at was chronological. So they didn't see a video like, oh, this doesn't make any sense, right? So we're looking at a video that doesn't have a right timestamp, but we would inform them that, hey, this is off X number of hours, X number of minutes, just FYI for you.
So information, if a timestamp was off, that information was collected, it was relayed to detectives so that everybody was aware of the correct time for each video collected.
That's correct.
If you saw a camera on a house and nobody answered the door, did you all make multiple efforts to go back and retrieve video?
That's correct. I think if you look at my first supplement, you'll see that there's several houses that I went to that I didn't, you know, nobody answered the door, and which was, you know, kind of common. It's during the day, people go to work, and so we went back, or at least I did, and all the other detectives, I'm sure you can ask them, but they, the additional supplements were follow-ups where I went back to the houses that we didn't have any, you know, no contact with, right? So whether there were cameras or not, I went back, and if a second time they didn't have, you know, they didn't answer or they weren't home, we left business cards, you know, put the number on the back of the business card, put it in the door, call me. At that point, that was really the continuing follow-up. We didn't badger these people and go back, you know, 3, 4, 5 times. But we did make a pretty concerted effort. If we saw a ring camera, if we saw surveillance on the eaves of a house, we would try to find out, you know, where that person was, if we could get phone numbers for them using electrical cut-ins or historical data, things like that. So
once you all collected all of these videos, did you and other members of the Jacksonville Beach Police Department start reviewing video footage?
Correct, yes.
What were you looking for on initial review?
The first 2 houses we went to on America, we're looking for anything, right? We like to capture the incident as it happened. If we could capture, you know, the homicide happening, that would be priority number 1. And that was pretty quick. That was first day. At 4067 America, that's Trent Waterman's house. That's the 3rd one down America. There was a ring camera. I think it's a floodlight captured on the 2nd floor of the house. And when I went into Mr. Waterman's house, he let me access his iPad. We pulled it up on his iPad, and we went through some videos, and there was the first video, right, where there's a truck that passes by that triggers because it's a motion-activated camera, and the video that you'll see is it's a loud gunshot, just one shot, and then there's a few seconds that go by, and off in the distance you can see a stopped car. And I'm just kind of going into it. There's a silhouette that walks in front of the car, starts walking, and then picks up pace. I believe starts running, not at an incredibly sprint, but definitely running. And they're running away from the parked car.
You have a great recall for the names and addresses of these people that correspond to the videos.
This is what I did for an entire month or month.
Right. So you mentioned this one, and this is a particularly important video because it depicts the homicide. Can you generally indicate for the jurors on this map where that resident's home was, where you got the video from?
It's not on my screen.
There we go. Is that on your screen now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so right here we've got this. It's the 4067 America. It's this little squiggly line right here. It's right about right there.
Okay. And you mentioned something about motion activated. Was that a common occurrence when you were collecting video, that most home surveillance equipment is motion activated rather than just continuous?
That's correct. That's a fair statement.
And can you explain to the jury what that meant in terms of your investigative efforts?
Yeah, so it's tough, right? I mean, you're the home surveillance ones that are hardwired, that have, you know, hard drives, they have continuous video feed, and those are easy, right? You can pick up hours long worth of data, but when it's motion activated, however long the camera goes for, whether it's 50 feet, 60 feet, it only activates when there's something in front of it. And people can dictate those camera systems how they want to. So if it's a car, if it's a person, that's up to the original homeowner. So it is trying. And sometimes, you know, they're not perfect, right? So
That's where we found a lot of videos were only motion captured, which is just a little 30 seconds before, 30 seconds after, and that's how a lot of those were.
And you mentioned specifically this video that captured a portion of the homicide. It did not capture all 4 gunshots, correct?
That's correct. Just the very last one, and it's because I believe it's Mr. Carney. That's the house in between the very last one on America, which this is. God, I forget his name. But this is Mr. Carney's house. He actually was driving home at the time and pulled into his driveway. Said he heard gunshots and went into his driveway. And he is the car that triggered the motion activation. So if he doesn't drive,
but for him pulling,
but for him doing it, that motion is not activated and that camera does not exist.
And we would not have a video of a homicide. Okay. All right, Corporal Wallace, I'm going to show you what's been marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 91. This is a compilation video of surveillance clips. Once you identified a shooter on foot, what else did you look for that became of evidentiary significance in those videos? You were looking for the victim's vehicle.
Yeah, we're looking
Explain to the jury how your investigation developed from there.
Yeah, so we have a video, and then we're just going backward. We're trying to just figure out the pattern and which route he drove, right? The last known location to where he was from there. So that's the first thing. And now we have, okay, this definitely looks like a suspect, right? Running away from the scene of a homicide location. So, all right, he's running south towards JTB. That's pretty much an interstate, right? So at that point, he's either.
Yes.
Oh. Sorry, the suspect.
You can refer to it as, at the time, you had not identified this figure on screen.
At the time, we had not identified this figure that was running away from the homicide location. So the suspect is going to run into an interstate, and at that point, they either take a right, which is west over the bridge, or they have to go back east, back into Jacksonville Beach. And the first road that they're going to hit is Grande Boulevard. And at that road, they either turn back down Grande and go back towards Jacksonville Drive, or they kind of continue up and they're going to wind up going towards South Beach Parkway. So we're trying to find that figure, right? Either they got picked up or they're still on foot, or they're in hiding.
You had a description in a known vehicle belonging to the victim in this case, Jared Bridegan, a black Volkswagen Atlas. Did you also look for surveillance clips of Mr. Bridegan's Atlas?
Correct. Yes. That was the route that we established down America and Jacksonville Drive and the 15th Street, Fairway Lane, Seabreeze, and things like that.
In the killers or shooter left behind a tire in a road, and at some point did somebody at Jacksonville Beach theorize that tire belonged most likely to a pickup truck, a Ford F-150?
Correct. We went through I don't think I was the one that figured out, or at least believed that it was to a light-size pickup truck or a Ford, but that was deduced through our investigation.
So with that information, what did you start to look for on these video clips?
We looked for other, just other trucks, light-size trucks, but the real, I guess, aha moment was we were sitting in detectives, and we had gathered a lot of video at the time, and we used, we went back, I say like an hour and a half back in time, and one of the detectives who was sitting in the same room as me kind of noticed a vehicle that was looking, or that just acted a little different at the 4067 video, and that's Trent Waterman's video, because not only did we get the shooting video, we went back a couple hours before, a couple hours after. You don't know what you have, right? And so he noticed this vehicle, a truck actually, that was operating unusually in that stretch of Sanctuary Boulevard. And then the truck passes in one direction and then comes back another. And so once we kind of identified that was unusual, we started to really look at that vehicle. And that's kind of what started the blue truck of our investigation.
And that vehicle that you said was driving in an unusual manner before the homicide, what was unusual about the manner it was driving?
It's just kind of, I don't want to say stop for no reason, because there could be a reason that you would slow down in that area, but it wouldn't be because there's a stop sign, a yield sign, or a crosswalk. Like, there's really no reason, unless a squirrel runs in front of your car, to slow down to that length in that area.
And when you say that area, what are you referring to specifically?
Sanctuary Boulevard going towards the JTV on-ramp.
most of those cars are going to JTB and they're going to, jump on the entrance ramp and head west over the bridge because you can't go east, right? And so just going slow, the way that vehicle was traveling was unusual is the term I would use. And then it actually turns back and does a U-turn, which again is pretty unusual. Most vehicles turn right and they go west over the bridge, but this truck did not. And it went back and came back Sanctuary Boulevard and then kind of paused again, fairly unusually, not at a stop sign, not at a crosswalk. And so that really piqued our interest with this truck.
And that was appeared to be a blue pickup truck.
We determined to be a blue two-tone, top blue, bottom gold pickup truck, older model Ford F-150.
Once you identified that truck, in going through the surveillance video, did you look to see if there were occasions when Jared Bridegan's Atlas and a blue two-tone pickup truck were together on camera?
Yeah, we found that out pretty quickly after we really started looking at the blue truck, where we essentially once we went back, right? So we started at the homicide location, then went back towards the last known location, and at 25 Fairway, you'll see the blue truck, and that's in front of Jared Bridegan's Atlas. And this is on the way from the last known location to the eventual homicide scene. And then we followed it and obtained other video that also kind of corroborated. Same blue truck, gold, two-tone, blue top, gold bottom, through several residents and home surveillance pre-homicide.
Were you ever able, in your review of the surveillance video collected, to make out a tag number on that vehicle?
No tag number. We went through some pretty extensive efforts, took a trip to Orlando to an FDLE task force for some type of video enhancement. We couldn't find a tag number. We even sent a lot of compilations to the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office. They had some type of video enhancement and things where they could try to zoom and see the tag, but we were unable to capture that.
And at this time, back in February of 2022, did the Jacksonville Beach jurisdiction have license plate readers?
No.
And can you explain to the jury, if they're not familiar, what is a license plate reader?
It's a moment-in-time snapshot that captures alphanumeric characteristics of your license plate and your vehicle. Occasionally, they can go into more in that and use AI to actually figure out what kind of vehicle you have, like a truck or a car or a semi and things like that. But no, we did not have them in 2022. We do have them now, but did not then.
The video we're about to watch, there are several clips that are strung together in time order based on the corrected timestamps. Have you reviewed this video yourself?
Yes.
And there were many, many, many clips collected, and there are many trucks in Jacksonville Beach. A truck's not a unique vehicle.
Right.
As best you can say, the clips we're about to see, were you able to, with some degree of reasonable certainty, identify those as being very similar or consistent with the truck, the suspect truck?
Absolutely. Older model, blue top, gold bottom, two-tone F-150s around that same time. It's, we don't have a ton of those. And so that was with, like you said, pretty much some consistency. Yes, the same truck.
Were any video clips included in this compilation that you could not reasonably say were that truck specifically? Maybe there wasn't enough detail to be viewed that you could see it was two-toned or the size or anything?
Well, I think pretty much everyone in the video, you'll see that it's two-tone.
Okay. All right, Your Honor, mistake published states 91.
Yes. Is it on the juror screen? Can you publish all?
Yes. Sorry, it's still opening. All right. Confirm, can everybody see the still shot?
The doodle is still there.
Okay. All right, I may ask you some questions as we view this, Corporal.
Sure.
Beginning with, we see these little thumbtacks here. Do those indicate the addresses of the residences and businesses that you obtained surveillance from?
It's just one, but yes.
Yeah, overall in this video.
Correct.
What we're looking at right now, you mentioned earlier, you did retrieve surveillance from Taco Lou, located at 1712 Beach Boulevard.
That's correct. I actually did, I got this one, so yes.
Okay. And I'm going to begin publishing. I'm pausing it at 15 seconds. Corporal, we see a blue Ford truck driving down driving down Beach Boulevard on the Taco Lu camera, and that is one of the surveillance clips you identified as potentially being the suspect truck in this case.
That's correct.
And we see the Google map of the area. We see that south on 15th Street to Fairway Lane. Does that correspond with the map you showed us earlier of where Jared Bridegan would have left Marsh Inlet and gone south?
That's correct.
Down Fairway Lane. And here in this area to the left, is that Cradle Creek area that did not have working cameras?
Area. Small little public parking lot right here, 5-6 spaces. There was a camera right here, again, not operational.
Okay. But there is a little, where you've circled, there's a small parking lot right there.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Are there any homes or businesses there?
No.
What is Cradle Creek?
It's a park. It's just a preserve, walk-through, nature trail. Good way for it.
So the parking lot is at the entrance of the nature trail.
That's correct.
Resuming playing, we see the Fairway Lane on the map. And then we see a pin for 25 Fairway Lane. And at the bottom, we have the timestamp notated. Would that have been the correct timestamp that you verified when you were collecting videos?
Correct.
So this is 6:36 p.m. and the homicide occurred at 7:52.
52, correct.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Sorry.
Yes. The timestamp was 6:34 p.m. and what time was the homicide?
1952, 7:52.
Which is 7:52 p.m. in non-military time. Now we're seeing at America Avenue, 6:57 p.m. And Corporal, can you describe what you observed in this video that caused you to collect it and believe it to be of evidentiary value?
Yeah, it's the older model two-tone F-150, blue top, gold bottom.
And moving on the same road, a different camera at 1841, which would be 6:41 p.m.
Right. Pretty good shot of the two-tone there.
And I paused it here at 2 minutes in, and we can see a two-toned blue pickup truck. Resuming playing, we're at 2743 America Avenue. And this Nest camera indicates this is 6:41:15 p.m. And again, Corporal, are we seeing that blue two-tone truck?
Blue two-tone truck.
And we see here 6:41:47 p.m. And this is a house on America Avenue.
This was
Is that correct?
Kelly Slayman's house, that's correct.
Okay. And here, Corporal, do we see a two-toned vehicle, a two-toned truck, I'm sorry, excuse me, passing through on this video?
Blue top, gold bottom.
I want to show that again with the
Okay.
time bar out of the way. Resuming playing. And at the bottom, we see in the right-hand corner, actual time and a timestamp. Is that one of those examples of you all correcting to make sure the time is accurate for these videos?
Correct. This was one of those home surveillance hard drive.
Resuming playing, we're going south on America Avenue. And then we see Sanctuary Boulevard. Here, I'm going to pause briefly. Before we get to the video, can you indicate for the jurors where the homicide scene was, if we're looking at the map on this video?
So it's back up in this area. This Sanctuary Wishbones, it's one-way traffic, so I'm just going to mark on it again.
Sure.
It's one way here, and then this is also one way in that direction.
And if you exit onto, this is J. Turner Butler down here?
That's correct, and that's what I was saying earlier, is that you would head west onto JTB. You can't, unfortunately, you can't see it based on this picture, but then you can kind of deduce based off of the traffic signals on the roadway, like you can only turn west. You can't go back and turn east. So again, doing a U-turn here, not unheard of, but unusual.
Okay. And this 4067 America Avenue, is that the video that you were discussing earlier was significant because it actually captured the homicide?
That's correct. That's Trent Waterman's house.
So this ring footage is dated 1843, which would be 6:43 p.m.
This is what I was, sorry.
Go ahead.
This is what I was talking about earlier. Just pretty unusual for that truck. And you could, again, see the characteristics of it right there. To slow down in that location, again, could there be something in the road or, a reason to slow down? I'm sure there could be, but it's just unusual for it.
I'm going to back it up 10 seconds, 20 seconds actually. So this video is not continuous, it skips. Was that how you collected it?
Correct.
And is that because of what we discussed earlier, that if you have motion down here, people coming out, motion activates it?
That's correct. I think you'll see Mr. Waterman is moving or doing something. I think he has a dolly in this video, but he's moving back and forth in the camera. It's detecting motion. So that's
when the screen says 10 seconds later, that means there is no corresponding video for that time frame because there's no motion down here activating the camera.
That's correct.
We do see that truck slowing down.
Right.
And is
almost comes to a stop, it looks like.
Where it slowed down, this area here, is this where the homicide occurred?
Yes.
And 6:43 is about an hour and 10 minutes prior to the homicide.
Right.
And we see that truck again, and we see the brake lights coming on again.
Yes, correct. Now, there is a stop sign, but it's much further.
So there's no stop sign right there where it's brake lights?
Not right there. Yeah, you'll see, you kind of go up, we're still going up, Actually, I take that back. I'm not sure if there's a stop sign here at this location. But again, this is the intersection where one would slow down to turn left, right.
Understood. Then we have 3940 Grande Boulevard. This is at 6:44 p.m.
Right.
And we see that two-toned vehicle, and in this shot, we can see a very good shot into the bed of that vehicle.
Correct.
and it appears to be an object in the bed of that vehicle.
There is definitely an object in the bed of that truck.
And in this video on Grande Boulevard at 6:45 prior to the homicide, the vehicle, would you say, appears to be driving a reasonable speed for the neighborhood?
It seems fine.
Right, it's not speeding.
No, not speeding, that's reasonable speed.
Continuing publishing. I should have asked this earlier, but this map is oriented north to south, east, west. So whatever cardinal direction it's moving is correct.
Correct, it's moving north.
Jacksonville Drive runs east and west, and South Beach runs north to south.
That's correct.
And we have a video here from Ocean K at 6:44 p.m. What is Ocean K?
It's a subdivision in South Jacks Beach.
Okay. We see a vehicle, that two-tone truck again.
Mm-hmm.
Here we are at 882 13th Avenue. You had mentioned earlier expanding your search to 9th Street and 13th Street. And then here we also see that the start time, the timestamp has been corrected.
Correct.
And we saw that two-tone truck with another vehicle passing behind it. And 901 7th Street South. Actual time 1850, which would be 6:50 p.m., correct?
That's correct.
We see that. You see that truck going by again. Again, it appears when you watch it, there's something in the bed of that truck.
Correct.
The jury will obviously have this in the jury room with them. This is on Windows Media Player. If you pause it and hit key E, you can go frame by frame. And this is Shedder Avenue.
Heading towards the police department.
Okay. You mentioned earlier builder's choice and also a refrigeration.
Correct. Jack's Refrigeration was back on 9th Street. This is builder's choice and public storage.
What I wanted to ask was the video that we're seeing on the map that was more south would it be fair to say mostly residential cameras?
Yes.
And then now here we're further north, we're starting to get into more
Commercial properties.
commercial properties. So in the area where the homicide occurred, are there very many businesses or commercial properties?
No, it's pretty much all residential.
And here we are showing the approximate actual corrected time is 6:49 p.m. and we can see the blue two-tone truck. And you made attempts on this video in particular to see if you could get a tag.
This one in the 882 13th that you saw a couple of minutes ago.
You were unable to make out a tag number on this.
That's correct.
And we're seeing right here on Penman Road in Shedder, this is the Jacksonville Beach Police Station.
Correct.
You all obviously have surveillance. So we see here at 6:52 that two-tone truck driving past the police station. And again, over here, do we see that two-tone truck?
Blue top, gold bottom.
This road here that this truck is traveling on, is that Shutter Avenue?
That is Shutter Avenue.
If you keep driving Shutter Avenue west, what do you get to eventually?
You're going to run into Pablo Hamlet. It's an assisted living facility.
And is that kind of the dead end of Shutter Avenue?
That is the dead end of Shutter Avenue.
So here we see indicated the camera for Pablo Hamlet, that assisted living facility you spoke about. What is this property, if you come back down here, what is this property here?
That's part of the assisted living facility. It's just a four-story building. Just one solid address.
And to get to this property, is this how you would come in through Shutter?
That's the only way you can get there.
So we see here from this camera angle, and this is a video with an incorrect timestamp. Actual time, 6:53:16 p.m. So we're still about an hour ahead of the homicide. In this video, we see that two-tone truck backing up. And right here, just to orient the jury, this camera, that assisted living facility that I just circled in the last frame, it's behind us, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then where is Shutter, if we're looking at this?
Shutter is right here. Like there's a little, I guess, cul-de-sac dead end that kind of circles around right here. But Shutter is back up this way. This is all Pablo Hamlet parking lot.
What is here? What is this way on this side of
That's the backside of Pablo Hamlet.
And if you keep going out Shutter, what property is located here in
That's
between?
the-
Hold on.
sorry.
I don't want to talk over you because Miss Melanie, our court reporter, is going to give me the stink eye if I keep doing that.
Sure.
In between this assisted living facility and Shutter Avenue, is there another property right here?
Discovery School.
The Discovery School. And can you explain to the jury what the Pablo Hamlet surveillance is going to show? There's quite a bit of time this truck is sitting here, correct?
Yeah, so we watched it, watched this video a lot to see if we could see someone walking away from it to it. But it's just backed in, sitting there in the back of a cul-de-sac. Like it's, I don't want to say a parking area, but vehicles have parked there and do park there. But backing in that U-shaped area is
How long
classify
approximately,
unusual.
if you can recall, about how long does this truck sit here?
20, 30 minutes?
So we've included the entirety of the 23 minutes it's sitting here. I'm going to kind of move it along if I can.
Yeah.
So the entirety of the time of this 23 minutes, this truck remains here, and we can tell that because its headlight is still visible, correct?
The back taillight, actually.
Taillight.
Yeah.
So we see at some point during the video that the taillight appears to go dim.
Correct.
during this 23 minutes, we're going to see other vehicles and people coming back into that living facility. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right here, though, this is just like a cul-de-sac cut-in. There's no apartments here. There's no businesses.
No, it's just a cul-de-sac.
There's no formal
turnaround.
parking spots drawn.
I don't think so.
And then we see headlights or taillights coming back on. And then they dim again. You can see a little cat through the parking lot. I'm gonna try to move this along. I don't want everyone just sitting here while this truck is sitting here. Obviously, the jury can take it back in the jury room and watch it in its entirety. I see the taillights have come back on. Too far. And they are dimming, and then we can see that the truck pulls out at the actual corrected time of 7:12 p.m., correct?
Correct.
So the map we discussed earlier, that Pablo Hamlet at Shetter, if you go down 15th, you hit the Discovery School, and then right next to the Discovery School is going to be 1511 Marsh Inlet, the home of Mr. Gardner and Ms. Fernandez. And as you mentioned, going down 15th Street, you've got Cradle Creek down here with no cameras, and then the golf course with no cameras. The next available footage is going to be this camera we looked at previously on Fairway Lane.
25 Fairway, correct.
25 Fairway Lane. So there was no available footage from that point that truck left Pablo Hamlet until this camera at 25 Fairway Lane. Fairway Lane.
That's correct.
So here we have at 7:47, we see that truck.
Mm-hmm.
And then, is this one of those videos you discussed where we actually see the truck followed by that black Volkswagen Atlas?
Correct.
And Corporal, for the next few minutes of surveillance, we're going to see that truck and then the victim's vehicle, and then we're going to see the homicide video, correct?
Correct.
So 7:50 p.m., there's that truck. Again, the truck. And this time, does he appear to be moving at a higher rate of speed than the previous videos?
Definitely following pretty closely behind the white pickup truck.
And we are approximately 1 minute and 15 seconds from the homicide. And we are seeing what appears to be the Volkswagen Atlas. So it's a couple seconds behind that truck.
Correct.
Seven 25 p.m., we have that Nest camera. We see a white truck. We see that two-tone truck. And then we're going to see the victim's Atlas passing by as well. And at 7:51:11, that two-ton truck is going by, fair to say, at a decently high rate of speed for the area?
I would say over the speed limit.
Okay. And then we have the victim's vehicle behind. Your sound's not on? Let's see. Sure this is on. There we go. So, Corporal, we see a black placard sign. Was there audio of gunshots collected from other Ring cameras in the area that did not show the homicide?
Sanctuary Way South, correct.
Okay. So we're going to hear 3 shots from a different camera and then see the homicide on the 4th shot. Is that right?
That's correct.
So 7:51:11 is the suspect vehicle. (7:51:32). So the truck is about 20 seconds ahead of victim's vehicle, give or take. We see that figure you described walking and then running out of frame.
Correct.
And Corporal, is that the video that you described earlier showing the figure that eventually was identified as the suspect in this case, Henry Tenon?
Correct.
After Henry Tenon was identified, did you go back and look for a figure on foot that matched his description and matched the homicide timeline?
Yes.
All right, we see Grande Boulevard, and we saw this same view earlier with the boat when we could see that tire in the back of the vehicle. So we're now at 7:53:40 p.m., and we appear to see no object in the back of that truck now.
Correct.
And would you say, earlier I asked you, it appeared to be driving at a normal rate of speed. Would you say that that vehicle is now traveling at an excessive rate of speed in the neighborhood?
Definitely above the speed limit.
Following receiving this video and seeing that the shooter was on foot and not in a vehicle, and the identification of Henry Tenon, did you all look for video surveillance showing a truck and a shooter separated from each other? A vehicle leaving the scene as well as an individual on foot leaving a scene?
Like 2 different times, yes.
And what does that indicate to you?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Well, the timing is different. So we saw the vehicle go by, and we're going to see someone go by on foot. Is
Correct.
common sense?
The vehicle is gone.
Right.
And this suspect is just walking, away from the homicide scene.
Okay, so the suspect walking is not in the truck.
Yes.
We see here a figure on foot. We see some minutes later, after we watch that truck speed down Grande, we see this figure on foot following a few minutes behind. And here we see that Ocean Case surveillance showing a truck, and then 18 minutes, 36 seconds later, that same camera picks up that figure on foot, correct?
Correct.
I see a timestamp for 7:50, which is about 8 minutes after the homicide, and we see that truck backing back into that same cul-de-sac that it was in earlier. And then appears to turn. were you all able to obtain footage or find that blue truck between Ocean Cay and Pablo Hamlet? Hang on, let me pause this.
Yeah. You talking after the? I don't remember. Again, I got promoted in April, so I went away from investigations, and people kind of took up what I was doing.
So we see here an hour and 43 seconds since Ocean Cay, the police department surveillance picks up that figure on foot again, correct?
Correct. Correct.
Here in another angle from the police station surveillance, we see that same figure walking. And again, is this Cheddar Road, Cheddar Avenue?
Cheddar.
And does
Found
this,
on Cheddar. Sorry.
and does this lead all the way back to that dead-end cul-de-sac at Pablo Hamlet?
It does.
Corporal Wallace, other than collecting and reviewing the surveillance video to assist the detectives in this case, you didn't participate in any witness interviews and ongoing investigation, did you?
I think I assisted Detective Lamont with an interview of Miss Curry. And then I think that was it.
You were assisting mainly in this capacity with the surveillance, and you did not participate in the arrests of Mr. Fernandez, Ms. Gardner, or Mr. Tenon.
That's correct.
Give me just one moment.
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, let me see the lawyers at sidebar without the court reporter. Members of the jury, we've been going for about an hour and 45 minutes, so I'm going to take a 15-minute break, and we will start back. It'll take you some time to get back there at 11:05, okay? So leave your notepads on your chair, and you can take your mid-morning break.
you took a lot of time to look at a lot of footage in this case. Is that fair?
Fair.
And you wanted everything to be as accurate as possible. Is that right?
Yes.
Took time to try to match times, and I think if I understood you correctly, that was not the first time you had seen that video before today, correct?
That is correct. One time.
Okay. So and you agree with me that accuracy is important, right?
Yes.
This is a big case. It's an important case.
Yes.
All right. So let's just start with one thing I think you'll agree with me is just flat out wrong about that video, okay?
Is it published for the jurors?
It was. Members of the jury, can you see that?
Can you see it?
Yeah.
Okay, you may
that, Corporal?
proceed.
All right, so this is,
Should be.
well, hold on, let me ask my question.
Sure, go ahead.
My question to you is, this is the part of the video where the blue two-tone truck, as you say, comes back to Pablo Hamlet, correct?
Correct.
And you and I know, and you know now what the mistake is because you see it, this homicide was at 7:52, correct?
Correct.
And on this video that the state put into evidence and asked you detailed questions about, you said that this is the truck coming back at 7:50, correct?
I did not say 7:50.
Well, the video says 7:50, correct?
It does. That's correct.
That's wrong.
Should be 8 o'clock.
Right. It can't come back at 7:50 because it would never match the timeline. So if that, in fact, is the truck, it's either the time is wrong in that video or that's not the truck.
The time is wrong in that video.
That's what your position is, the time is wrong.
That's correct.
Okay. So now let's go back to the first time that the truck goes to Pablo Hamlet, okay?
Okay.
May I approach the evidence, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I just take this binder with me?
Sure.
I'm going to show you what's been marked by the defense as exhibit number 26, okay? Maybe turn it the other way, Ms. Day. Okay. Can you see that, Corporal?
It's not on the screen.
Okay. Fair enough. Can you see that?
That's correct.
All right. This is a daytime photo of the area of Pablo Hamlet where you have testified the truck backed up?
Correct.
Okay. So just to give the jury some idea of what we're talking about, the assisted living facility is that big building that's parked there?
On the left-hand side, correct.
And then there's some signs in between the roadway and the little mini cul-de-sac. Do you see those signs?
Correct.
I assume being in Jack's Beach as long as you have, you know that those signs say that you're being recorded.
Can you tell me when this picture was taken?
Do you think those signs are new?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you dispute that there are signs there that say you're being recorded?
I don't dispute, I just don't know.
Okay, sure. Let's just use what we know to be true then. That area is being recorded, correct?
At the time, yes, it was.
Sure. And that's how you have the evidence that you have, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it wouldn't shock you that there's a sign there that says you're being recorded, right?
Yeah, but it would shock me, I guess.
Okay. Oh, can I see that photo back? Showing you what's been entered into evidence as defense number 27. It's another daytime photo. Can you see that, Corporal?
That's correct. Yes, I can.
If you were backed up into that spot and you were sitting in the passenger or driver's seat or whatever vehicle and you were looking out, that building is an apartment or condo complex to the left, correct?
That's correct.
So that would be just on the other side of the street to where you sort of saw that station wagon parked, just maybe a little bit forward or east.
Station wagon was in the previous photo?
It wasn't in the previous photo, it was in that long video that we all watched.
Yeah, okay.
You remember there's a station wagon sort of on the right-hand side for that 17 minutes? I'll show it to you again.
Okay,
But nonetheless,
sure.
it's on the roadway as you're going into where the assisted living facility is.
Yes,
So just so everyone understands, you have this apartment complex that's over here. You have the parking spot, and then kind of behind it, in between those two things is where the truck may have been parked.
was parked, yes.
Was parked. So there's lots of residential living areas that surround that spot, correct?
It's a lot of units, correct?
Okay. I'm sorry, this has been marked as defense 28 for the record. Corporal, that's a close-up of those signs.
Correct.
And then if you look to the left, there's like a Mini, is that, that brand of car?
Correct.
Okay. And then just beyond the Mini, do you see that smoking shack?
It's a gazebo, correct.
Gazebo. And that's where people at the assisted living community go back and forth if they want to sit in there, smoke a cigarette, or do anything they want, converse, right?
Sure.
And that's right next to where that little parking spot is where you say the truck backed into, correct?
Correct, yeah. The angle of this picture isn't perfect. This brush right here kind of blocks it depending on how far you back up into that cul-de-sac.
Right. And of course, while we were watching that video, you can see cars going in and cars going out.
That's correct.
So fair to say it's surrounded by residential areas, a gazebo. It's not tucked in the middle of nowhere where no one would see what's going on in that cul-de-sac, correct?
Can you, repeat the question?
That cul-de-sac
Right.
at Pablo Hamlet is not in the middle of nowhere. It's dead center in between two residential buildings that I've shown you, right?
Correct.
And a smoking shack or a gazebo where people may be.
Correct.
This is
Usually used during the day for that smoke shack.
We're talking about, what, 7 p.m.? I'm sorry, 6,
Yeah.
6:17, that area, that time?
Yeah, I would say mostly used during the day, less at evening.
Okay. Oh, can I have that photo back? Okay. Just so we're clear, your timeline on the first video that you stand by and you say is correct, the truck backs up at approximately 6:53 p.m. and leaves around 7:12 p.m. I'm not trying to play gotcha.
Yeah, I need to go back and look at it, but correct.
Sure, load it up, please. Sounds about right.
Sounds about right.
And you said, while we're pulling that up so you can verify those times, that as part of that time that you took to find all this surveillance and to review all this surveillance, you watched that video multiple times, correct?
Correct.
That was an important piece of evidence, correct?
Correct.
And you can never see a person going to or from that truck at any point during that surveillance, can you?
That's correct.
Okay. And That's something that you looked for.
That's also correct.
And as you sit here today, there is no evidence of that.
I cannot see anyone walking to or from the car.
Okay. Common sense tells us there has to be a driver in the car, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And a point that I think the state asked you, and maybe I didn't understand that it was so clear, so I'll ask you again. The shooter in this case leaves on foot from the homicide scene, correct?
Correct.
So without beating around the bush, you can't be the driver and the shooter in this case.
I don't want to say, I mean, can you not?
The vehicle,
Yeah. Maybe I'm not understanding your question.
yeah, maybe you don't, because I think this is really an easy question.
Okay.
The person who is the person who you say is the shooter,
Yes.
you identified as walking and then running from the scene.
What I'm saying is, could they have been the driver first and then the passenger, or the passenger first and then the driver second? That's all I was saying.
Okay. There's two people in the car. That's for certain.
That's correct.
Because you can't be the person running from the scene and the person driving the vehicle away from the scene, correct?
Correct.
And in all of the surveillance that we went through for the last hour and a half, that you have poured over, did you ever see any surveillance of Mr. Fernandez?
No.
Did you ever see any surveillance consistent with anybody else getting into that blue truck?
No.
And in this video, you would agree with me that there were times where whoever made this compilation that you had seen before you came to court and you testified to, there were times where you thought it was important, because you testified to it, that there were gaps, meaning 5 minutes later, like it would come on the screen. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And it would say 5 minutes later, 18 minutes later, 1 hour and 45 minutes later. Do you recall those messages, so to speak, coming up as part of the video?
Correct.
Okay, but I want to show you where you didn't put that on the video, because you know that at approximately 7:12, and do you need to see that to refresh your recollection as to when that truck leaves?
Corporal, may I answer?
I'm sorry. Oh, when it leaves on the video. Sorry.
Sure. The correct, and I'm not talking about the time that the video says it leaves. I want to talk in fact, what time you think it actually is.
Okay.
Because just for the record, we both agree that this video time is not accurate.
That's correct.
You had to do some math.
Correct.
And it's approximately a 17-minute fast video.
Correct.
Okay. I'm just trying to get it to the end so you can verify for me that it's approximately 7:12. Okay, take your time. Okay. Stop. Was I pretty accurate when I told you it was 7:12?
Good. Yes.
And you agree with me?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the next time Do you agree with me that between when that vehicle pulls out and the next time on this video you see that blue truck, no message pops up to tell anybody who would be watching this video that there's a gap like you do the other few times in this video? You understand my question?
I see what you're saying. There's no like 20 minutes later, 30 minutes later.
Doesn't tell you. So now let's look and see what time the next time this video picks up. Okay, so we all watched it together. It shows the truck pulling out, and then it shows an animation as if it's just going down the road, and then you would agree with me, the next time it hits anything, it's 7:47.
Correct.
That's 36 minutes later.
Correct.
You have no idea where that blue truck is for 36 minutes.
I don't know.
There's not a single piece of surveillance that you can provide that gives this jury any indication of what was happening during that 36 minutes.
Not to my knowledge.
And fair enough, although it may not say it, you agree with me, I've now pointed out that it's an accurate approximate 36-minute gap.
Correct.
Okay. Some of the things that I'm sure you were looking for on that blue two-tone truck were, did you ever notice that the tag light was a bright tag light versus other tag lights? Is that ever something that caught your attention?
Not necessarily. Okay. I think, yeah, just.
That wasn't one thing that you sort of, when you were trying to identify, and let's just back up a little bit.
Sure.
That truck is certainly easier to identify in the dusk hour than it is in the night hour.
Correct.
In the night hour, harder to identify is just a fact, right?
You're using brake lights, the, I guess, truck bed light, the front headlights, and then the actual shape of the car.
And you never noticed anything like that tag light was particularly bright?
I don't think so. I think it was just illuminated.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when we get to the end of the video, okay, it ends with what you all described as a shadowy figure walking past the police department, correct?
Yes.
But one thing I didn't ask you is, the Pablo Hamlet camera is not motion activated.
That's correct.
You gave a few examples, and you said, there are some people that have cameras. The guy with the dolly came out, it triggered it, and then lucky enough for the investigation, you got some footage, right?
Correct.
And then you talked about other times where there's still cameras that just record everything all the time.
Correct.
So to give a fair example, Pablo Hamlet is a camera that records things all the time.
Correct.
So if we want to know what happened at Pablo Hamlet, we don't have to guess, right?
Correct.
So if we want to make it so that the blue truck gets to Pablo Hamlet and we think that is the truck, we'll see it at Pablo Hamlet, right?
Yes.
Okay, so now with all those facts that we can agree on together, at the end of your video, when the shadowy figure, who I won't beat around the bush, you think that's Henry Tenon, right?
Yes.
Okay. Henry Tenon is walking past the police station, correct?
Correct.
And Henry Tenon is walking toward Pablo Hamlet. That's what you ended your testimony with, right?
Correct.
And it sort of makes this illusion that he's going back to where that truck may have been, correct?
He's heading back towards where the truck ended, correct?
Right. But what we know, because that camera records all the time, is there is no video of Henry Tenon going back to where that truck was.
Not to my knowledge, that's correct.
Right, sure, that would be important, and you would have shown that to the jury, right?
Correct.
And of course, if the truck was there, if the concept is, well, he's heading back toward where we know that truck was before, then let's go look. Is the truck there? We know the truck is not there. Otherwise, we could show it to the jury, right?
Sorry, one more time?
I'll make it clear. The truck is not at Pablo Hamlet. any other time than what you've shown the jury the truck is at Pablo Hamlet?
Not to my knowledge, correct.
Right. Because, and it's not because you're now just figuring this out. You looked to see if the truck went back to Pablo Hamlet, right?
Yes.
That was part of your scouring all sorts of surveillance clips and watching all of the time that you put in, you would have seen it if it was there. And of course, it's not in the video and it's not there, correct?
Now, also don't forget, these videos do overwrite themselves. And so there were times where we went back and forth to other places. I don't know if the investigators went back and tried to obtain more video after the fact. But, you know, what we have is, I think, what we were able to get at the time.
All right. Corporal, let's shoot each other straight. The video that we have from that night is that night, correct?
Yes.
You have it earlier in the evening, like we talked about, between the hours of 6:53 and 7:12, right?
Yes.
And then you told me there's a corrected time where it goes back at 8 p.m.
About 8 p.m.
About 8 p.m. After the homicide. And you stand here today and you're telling the jury, I think that's the truck. You told me that right in the beginning.
Yes.
And then there's video of Henry Tenon about an hour and, I don't know, 58 minutes, a couple hours later, walking past the police station pretty close to the area, right?
Correct.
You can't possibly think that in that gap of 2 hours that there was a video override and somehow you guys just don't have footage from 2 hours later. You're not testifying to that, are you?
What I'm saying is that when you go to get the video, let's just say you go back one time and then you maybe go back a month later or weeks later and videos do rewrite themselves. So if you're looking for more data, which we did do, where you know, we only had like an hour before, 2 hours before, you want to go back and you want to get more data. I mean, if I could go back and get the entire day, I would have done that. But at the time, we only got certain segments, and I don't recall if that was one of the instances where we got a fixed amount of data, and then we went back and asked for more, and it was already overwritten. I don't remember.
Well, nonetheless, on that night, from the clips that you do have, you have no information that blue truck went back to Pablo Hamlet. Because it'd be on video.
I don't believe so, correct.
And you have no video of Henry Tenon walking toward Pablo Hamlet after he's last seen on the police camera, Jacks Beach police camera videos, correct?
Well, he is walking towards it. He's walking west. But actually arriving to that location, no.
And in this case, what can you offer in terms of videos? Because I want to make sure it's clear. There's lots of surveillance after that time period in Jacks Beach, meaning after the homicide, you have video at Grande, correct?
Yes.
You have video at Fairway Lane, correct?
Correct.
And I'm going to represent to you that all of that post-homicide camera video that we briefly just talked about, more video at Grande, more at Fairway, more on the main roads that goes up, where the park and the fire station, no.
South Beach Parkway?
South Beach Parkway.
Yep.
Okay. And Ocean K. You have video of trucks that night, post the homicide, that were provided to us in discovery that you all collected, correct?
Yes.
And I noticed in the video, none of that exists. Do you not know where that blue truck went at all after it left Pablo Hamlet?
Which instance at the?
The second time.
It's from the second time, so essentially.
8 p.m.
Yeah. That 36-minute gap? Is that what you're asking for?
Yeah, that's a better question.
Sure.
The 36-minute gap, just so I want everyone to be clear, is before the homicide.
Correct.
We talked about that. Then it's your testimony that after the homicide, the blue truck goes back to Pablo Hamlet briefly. It looks like it backs in and it pulls out.
Correct.
And you told me you think that's approximately 8 o'clock, and we've corrected the time to the video, right?
Correct.
And the video ends after Henry Tenon walks toward that area. Is that fair?
Correct, yes.
So I'm asking you, just to kind of back up, you collected a lot of surveillance in Jacks Beach post that time. correct?
Correct.
And I'm going to represent to you, it's in evidence for the jury to see.
Okay.
But I'm asking you, I'm doing what criminal defense lawyers should never do. I'm not asking you a leading question. Do you have evidence of where that blue truck went after it pulled out of Pablo Hamlet the second time at 8 p.m.?
I think we have it going by Ocean K. Am I mistaken on that? You go back and,
I think you do.
yeah.
That it reroutes, it does the loop again, correct?
Goes back towards Ocean K, I believe, and then after that, I don't think there's anything from Ocean K until back to Pablo Hamlet. Maybe
There's nothing back to Pablo
yes.
Hamlet, right? Let's just be clear here. I'm not trying to confuse you.
Sure.
You don't ever have it going back to Pablo Hamlet. That's what I've been asking you
Yeah,
for the last 10 minutes.
I don't think so.
Sorry?
I'm trying to remember. We're going through two different timelines here.
I want to make sure we're crystal clear, and I'll take the blame for that.
Okay.
There's two timelines. There is a pre-homicide timeline, meaning, let's just walk through it real quick. You showed the jury the blue truck in the almost daylight hours, the dusk hours. Before the homicide, go to the homicide scene, correct?
Yes.
That's the one that you described as sort of unusual.
Correct.
It makes the U-turn, right?
Correct.
It's driving very slow.
Correct.
Just so we're clear, that's before the homicide.
Yes.
Then it goes to Pablo Hamlet, correct?
Correct.
And it stays there for that time period that I've asked you about many, many times, which is the 6:53 to 7:12, correct?
Yes.
Then it leaves, and then there's a 36-minute gap.
That's correct.
You don't know where it is at that
I
point.
don't know where it is at that time.
Then you testify that you think it gets picked up and it goes to the homicide scene, correct?
Correct.
And then at 7:52, there's a homicide.
Correct.
And then you see the truck post the homicide.
Yes.
And that's where Ms. Stifler asked you, does it appear to be driving a little fast? That you said yes,
Jacksonville driving Grande Boulevard, yes.
right?
Correct.
And then you see it on Ocean K,
Correct.
and then you see it up toward the police station and the public storage.
Correct.
And then you see it past the police station. That's the video where all the people are on the sidewalk and the truck passes right by them,
Correct.
right? So we're not talking, and another question is, that truck passed people right there on the sidewalk at the police station, correct?
Yes.
Okay. It wasn't in the middle of the night. We're talking between 7:52 and 8 p.m. on a Wednesday night, right?
Yes.
And then, just to continue, because I want this to be so crystal clear, then the truck goes back to Pablo Hamlet, correct?
Yes.
And you see it pull in
Yes.
and pull out.
Yes.
Doesn't stay there for
Very long.
very long.
Correct.
And that is the last time you ever have that truck at Pablo Hamlet.
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay, that we can agree.
Okay, sure.
All right. I certainly am not trying to confuse you. I'm just trying to get the facts.
Sure.
Then, if I understood your testimony correct, you think that you do have evidence of the truck again in other places of Jack's Beach? Or were you confused and you didn't understand my question?
No, I was confused. That's what we have, the evidence that we have.
Okay, so you would not feel comfortable testifying that in the clips of all the other surveillance, because again, let's continue with this timeline to make sure you're not confused. I did ask you, you did collect more surveillance after the homicide, meaning after 8 o'clock.
Yes.
You have surveillance at Ocean K after 8 o'clock.
Yes.
You have surveillance at Grande after 8 o'clock.
Yes.
You have surveillance at Fairway and America after 8 o'clock.
Correct.
Okay. And I'm going to submit to you that that's in evidence for the jury to look at.
Yes.
They can make a decision if they see the blue truck driving around Jack's Beach. But what your testimony is, if I understand it, is that you don't feel comfortable saying where that blue truck is after 8 p.m.
Correct.
So it takes Mr. Tenon a couple hours on foot to get back up to that area, right?
Correct.
And it would be your testimony, you have no idea where that blue truck is during that time period.
Correct.
And as part of collecting all the surveillance and speaking to witnesses, nobody puts that blue truck at Marsh Inlet, the residence of Mr. Fernandez and Shanna Gardner at that time, correct?
To my knowledge, that is correct.
Of course. And nobody has any surveillance at Marsh Inlet that puts that blue truck over there at Marsh Inlet, correct?
To my knowledge, correct.
Because that would be included in the video. That'd be really good evidence against Mr. Fernandez if you did, right?
That would be good evidence.
Sure. And you don't have that.
Do not.
May I have a moment with counsel, Your Honor?
Yes.
We do not have any further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
Corporal, I'm going to borrow some of these photographs the defense showed you. Still up there?
You're in line. 20, it was around 28, 29.
Gotcha. I got it. Thank you. Corporal, defense counsel showed you a photograph of Pablo Hamlet with some signs, and you asked when this photo was taken because you could not recall if those signs were present back in 2022. So I think in fairness, you should know this photograph was taken by defense counsel in July of 2026. Does that give you any information or refresh your memory as to whether those signs were present back in 2022?
Again, I can't say if they were there or not.
Okay. And for the record, this is Defense Exhibit 26. I'm showing you Defense Exhibit number 28, which Mr. Dreiser showed you as well, with a little smoking gazebo here. There we go. And I'm circling the left-hand side of my screen. And these signs here, which I'm circling on the right-hand side of the screen. The cul-de-sac where the truck is located is around this corner, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So if you were backed in the truck, you would be adjacent to these bushes and not, and I just want to make it clear because maybe I misunderstood, Mr. Dreiser, you would not be right here next to this smoking shack, would you?
No, likely hidden from view.
Mr. Dreiser mentioned a gap in video footage for 36 minutes when the blue truck leaves Pablo Hamlet for the first time and is not seen again until Fairway Lane prior to the homicide. And I'm showing you State's Exhibit 209, which we've previously gone over. Actually, I'm going to show you State's 208. This is kind of a silly question, but you can't know what you can't know, right?
Sounds right.
Earlier, you testified that here, this flag is 1511 Marsh Inlet, and that there are no surveillance cameras until we hit 25 Fairway Lane. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
So the truck theoretically for 36 minutes could have been parked, gone by from Pablo Hamlet here, right by Marsh Inlet, which is on the corner, right?
It is.
And parked anywhere along this area with no cameras to observe its whereabouts.
That's correct.
And I want to show you a photograph that Mr. Dreiser did not show you, but was actually marked and entered into evidence as Defense Exhibit 30. This is a photograph of the gravel parking lot at the Discovery School, which you testified to earlier. So if you were to come, shutter here, would you reach Pablo Hamlet?
Yes.
And if you were to leave Pablo Hamlet and turn back here, is this the parking lot of the Discovery School?
That's correct.
You testified earlier that you went to the Discovery School and they did not have any working surveillance cameras at the time of the homicide, correct?
That's correct.
And this residence right here, what residence is that?
1511 Marsh Inlet.
The home of Mr. Fernandez and Ms. Gardner?
That's correct.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Corporal.
I have a brief recross
New grounds?
from the grounds that she just covered.
Okay.
Corporal, it's Wednesday at 6:58 to 7:12. That's the time period we're talking about, right?
Yes.
Then post that to the homicide gap, correct? That's the 36 minutes that she just asked you about.
Correct.
That's a school, correct?
Yes.
Who told you that there was a truck parked in that gravel parking lot that matched the description of the truck you're looking for? The answer is no one. No one told you there was a blue truck there, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Nobody told you there was a blue truck matching the description of the truck that you've been testifying to at the Paddle Creek Observatory, correct?
That's also correct.
And nobody told you that along the whole roadway where the golf course is and the nice little wooden fence that makes up, what is that, 15th?
15th, that's correct.
Nobody told you there was a blue truck parked there that matched the description of the truck that was blasted all over the news that everybody was looking for, did they?
That's correct.
No further questions.
Anything further for the witness?
No, Your Honor. He can be excused.
All right, thank you, Corporal.
Thank you.
Members of the jury, it's 10 minutes to noon. We'll go ahead and take our lunch recess at this time. If you would leave your notepads on your chair, retire to the jury room, and we'll set up your lunch, okay?
Right, Burrell. That little screen in the middle. Typing.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. If the lawyers would place their appearances on the record.
Alan Mizrahi, Christina Stifler, and Steve Siegel on behalf of the state.
Thanks.
James Hill, Jesse Dreiser, Ginny Nepstead, and Shannon Day on behalf of Mario Fernandez to my immediate left.
Okay, thank you. All right, is there anything that we need to take up?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, ready to bring in the jury?
State's ready.
Mr. Holman? Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. Everyone may be seated. Good afternoon, members of the jury. We hope that you enjoyed your lunch. We are continuing on with the state's case. Mr. Mizrahi.
Please, the court. State calls Brett Burrell. Brett Burrell, Detective Brett Burrell.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Detective. You could walk all the way forward, please. Please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Detective, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, this way. Watch your step, please.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
May it please the court. Detective, please introduce yourself to the jury.
Hello, my name is Brett Burrell. I'm a detective with the Jacksonville Beach Police Department.
How long have you been with Jacksonville Beach?
22 years.
What have you done with the department during the course of your career?
I'm sorry, one more time, please.
What have you done for the department during the course of your career?
I started off in uniform patrol, and then I went through, back into detectives, and I've been there for probably 10 or so years, 12 years.
The jury heard a little bit about how Jacksonville Beach Police Department works. Could you explain to the jury what detectives do for the Jacksonville Beach Police Department?
Sure, we're a smaller agency. So unlike a lot of your other larger agencies or a sheriff's office, they have units that specialize, in given crimes. So whether it be an auto burglary or property crimes, sex crimes, economics crimes, or homicides, we kind of get tasked in the unit that I'm in general investigations. So we get tasked with investigating all of those, and that in a given week, we could have any of those or all those kind of cases on our desk.
Were you so employed as a detective in general investigations back in February of 2022?
I was not. I was actually a detective with our street crimes unit, where I'd spend most of my time.
So what were you doing in the street crimes unit?
Primarily, it's vice, narcotics, guns, drug gangs, things like that.
Did the Jared Bridegan homicide bring all hands on decks to investigate this?
Again, we're a smaller agency, so what has the tendency is when something major like this happens, it's an all hands on deck. Everybody gets called to help in some manner.
You were not the lead detective on this case?
No, sir, I was not.
That's going to be Detective Chris Johns?
Yes, sir.
Did you help Detective Johns in the investigation of this case?
Once I got called to the crime scene, that was by the Detective Sergeant Young, was called to the crime scene at 8. He called me at 9:40 at night. I get there 10:15, and was kind of immediately tasked with going and starting to do kind of like a neighborhood canvass in that area to see if anybody heard or saw anything.
And the jury's already seen a lot about the crime scene, so we don't need to go much into that. Did you perform the duty of notifying Shanna Gardner of Jared Bridegan's homicide?
Later that evening, 12:39 or so, we had gone back to the police department, had a brief discussion, and then at 12:39, Detective Lamont, who was second in this investigation, we drove over to the Gardner's residence, and we made the notification there, or Detective Lamont made the notification.
So you were just there, Lamont actually did the talking?
Yes, sir.
So approximately what time was this?
So again, we got to the house at 12:39, and then we were there until about 1 o'clock in the morning.
So after that, was there anything of investigatory note during the notification?
No, not really.
After, did you respond later that day in the daytime?
Later that morning, when we had returned to the police department, we were kind of, again, what are our tasks, what things need to be done. So we were starting to do neighborhood canvassing of the sort again, and it was asked to go back over there and take the look to see if there was, I made contact with Mrs. Gardner to see if there was anything that she knew or if she had anything with video-wise that we could capture.
Approximately how far, and I think the jury will see or has seen a map to show that Marsh Inlet Court is about 2 miles or so north from where the homicide took place?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you what's been entered into evidence as Stakes Exhibit 205. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of Marsh Inlet Court, the house you respond to? I guess I should give this particular address. I had it written down. Anyway, is this the Shanna Gardner and Mario Fernandez?
Publishing.
I got it.
Yes, sir.
I was trying to get the address. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir, that's the house.
I guess it's on the Google picture here. 1511 Marsh Inlet Court. Okay. So when you responded in the daytime, were you interested in what we can see at Stakes Exhibit 205, which is this little ring camera?
Yes, sir.
And did you view the ring camera footage as provided to you by Ms. Gardner?
I did.
And was there anything noted during the pertinent time of the dropping off of the children at 7:40-ish until the homicide?
No, sir.
Nothing was recorded?
I didn't remember seeing anything of noteworthy, no.
So after, did you end up doing investigation with regard to Mario Fernandez's rental properties?
I think it was on the 23rd of February. This was a few days after the homicide, just as a cursory. We knew we were starting to look for a blue truck, and we just went over to, Detective Connor and I went over to 5239 Potomac Avenue just to see if we saw a blue truck over in the driveway or in the vicinity.
Did you get out and interview anyone at that address back in February of 2022?
No, sir.
So it was just kind of a drive-by?
Absolutely.
Did you see any blue trucks or anything of evidentiary value?
No, sir.
Fast forward to July of 2022, did you respond back to that address?
July 18th, we went back, and we were going to go and speak with Mr. Ordway, but we'll end up going to 5239. Yes, sir.
And that's 5239 Potomac Avenue?
Yes, sir.
And I think the jury knows this, but the Potomac Avenue address is in the northwest quadrant of Jacksonville?
As I recall, it's something like 20 miles probably to the northwest of where we're at.
So it's a good distance from Jacksonville Beach?
Yes, sir.
Cross town, so to speak?
Yes, sir.
Right. So when you responded to the residents, was Mr. Ordway present?
He was.
Was Mr. Ordway a tenant at that address?
He was.
Did an additional person show up at that address?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
Henry Tenon.
Did you determine that whether or not Mr. Tenon was living there at the time?
It was my understanding that Mr. Tenon was not living there at the time.
Was there anything of evidentiary note that you noticed outside of that residence?
There was a it was a Bridgestone, sorry, I had to think about that. It was a Bridgestone truck tire that was found by the garage.
Explain to the jury why seeing a tire leaning up against the garage, why did you take note of that?
It's actually kind of a story. So as Mr. Tenon had pulled into the driveway, Detective Lamont was talking to Mr. Ordway, and I was just basically there as basically an assistant, or what we call it 35, just assisting another officer, just kind of watching the area. And Mr. Tenon backs up his Crown Victoria into the parking lot, or not the parking garage, but the driveway. And as he gets out, he opens up the trunk and he takes out a metal dog bowl and he sets it down and he starts filling it up. And I'm watching what he's doing because that's just trying to make sure that we're all safe. I don't know Mr. Tenon or anybody there. And
I didn't hear what he was doing.
He was filling up a dog bowl.
Dog bowl, okay.
And as he's filling up the dog bowl, I happened to see a tire, and it was just, that seemed odd because I don't know. It seemed like maybe I'd seen that tire before. I really didn't know what I had at that point. I started talking with Mr. Tenon because I knew that was ultimately we were going to want to talk to him as well, just because he was on the property. And as Detective Lamont finished his conversation with Mr. Ordway and began talking to Mr. Tenon, I asked Mr. Ordway about the tire, and he said he was, well, I asked Mr. Ordway about the tire.
So you don't have to tell us what Mr. Ordway said, but was Mr. Ordway agreeable for you disposing of the tire?
He was.
And were you, I guess, like, could you have seized the tire from another way, or did they have to give you permission?
It's on private property, so he would have had him given me permission.
Which he did do.
He did.
And that was Mr. Ordway that gave you that permission.
It was.
So what made you think that you should take that tire?
The explanation was that the tire was found by the side of the road, and that had been found back up by the garage. A tire by the side of the road doesn't really mean anything, but Suddenly now it's back up by the side of the house, which was reportedly going to be thrown away, and oddly enough, it looked like maybe the tire that was kind of at our scene. So I just hedged my bets. I wasn't sure really what we had, but it seemed interesting enough at the time, and I asked him if I could take the tire and throw it away or dispose of it for him.
Did anyone claim ownership of that tire?
No.
I'm showing you it's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 97. Does this photograph fairly and accurately depict where that tire was that you saw when you went and interviewed Mr. Ordway?
It does. I took the photo.
With your phone?
Yes, sir.
Pretty cool. I'm showing you what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 100. And if you need to stand up to see the tire, you may he, Your Honor.
Do you want him over there?
I don't think he needs to be over here as long as he can see it from there. It may be easier for him to come over. And do you see State's Exhibit 100?
Give him a moment.
Yes.
I do. That's the tire.
And the State's Exhibit 90 is going to be the tire that you and your fellow officers recovered at the Jared Bridegan homicide scene,
Correct.
which you saw right next to State's Exhibit 100.
Yes, sir.
So obviously, State's Exhibit 100 did not have a rim inside of it.
It did not.
So even though the two tires look the same, did you endeavor to find out whether or not these two tires actually had any similarities to each other?
You got to love Google. Yes, I actually got onto Google and started looking at the DOT numbers that are on the tire. And according to Google, and ultimately later through Bridgestone itself, they matched, or they appeared to match at least the same date and manufacturer plan.
Okay, and I have a couple more pictures I guess I'm supposed to show. State's Exhibit 98 and State's Exhibit 99, those are going to be the other pictures you took of that tire?
Yes, sir.
And I guess that's the back of your truck?
It is, and this is actually at the police department, so, but yes.
So let's look at the information from Michelin. This is going to be pursuant to State's Exhibit 175 and the certified business record. You see that on your screen, Detective?
I do.
For the record, I know the jury can read it on their own, but if you could just read that into the record for record purposes.
This is addressed to Mr. Currier, who was a detective with us at the time. It says a complete DOT number of the sidewall of the tire provides certain information, manufacturing plant, and optional code numbers for size and dimensional code for the sculpture and for the week and the year the tire was manufactured. You have requested information associated with the 265/60R18 BF Goodrich Advantage TA tire.
Just go a little bit slower for the court reporter, if you could. Thank you.
Bearing the following DOT number, AP80-2T114718. That DOT number conveys the following information. AP, plant code indicating that the tire was manufactured in Michelin, North America's Ador, Oklahoma plant. 80 is the optional code for size. 2T11's dimensional code for the sculpture. And 4718, the tire was manufactured on the 47th week of 2018. The same DOT number is assigned to all 265/60R18 BF Goodrich Advantage TA tires made at the Adamore, Oklahoma plant the 47th week, 2018.
So that information provided in States 175 is the information contained on both States Exhibit 90 and States Exhibit 100, the two different tires that were recovered in this case.
It was.
Did you also conduct investigation with regard to Henry Tenon in this case?
I did.
Were you able to determine through your investigation that Henry Tenon or his father had a registration to a blue Ford Lariat F-150 later model?
I did.
Ms. Stifler, do we have that? If we could find that one, please. Did you, as a detective, endeavor to try to find that Ford F-150?
Myself and several other people did, yes, sir.
Is part of what you did actually getting in a helicopter and flying over property associated with Mr. Tenon to see if you could find the truck there?
Well, it was associated with interview with Mr. Biggerstaff, and ultimately it was believed through a conversation that vehicle, the Ford F-150, may be somewhere up on that hunting club.
And you were unsuccessful in finding that vehicle, thank you.
We were.
So we'll show you what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 177. Is this that state of Georgia motor vehicle registration to Henry Tenon's father?
It appears so, yes.
There. It was just so small. And do we see that on the registration, the Henry Clement Tenon?
Yes, sir.
Did you also find evidence that Henry Tenon had that car serviced at a tire store back in 2022?
Yes, sir. There was a discount tire off 103rd Street in Jacksonville.
And I'm showing what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 174. Is this that discount tire receipt that indicates that 2 tires were purchased, but only 1 tire was disposed of?
Yes, sir.
And in States 174, we see the name Henry Tenon with the address of 5239 Potomac Avenue.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
With the 2000 Ford F-150 information Lariat.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so 2 tires, but only 1 disposed of. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
May I have a moment here?
Yes.
No more questions, Your Honor.
Right, thank you. Cross-examination? Mr.
Yes, Your
Hill?
Honor. Grab all those. Exhibit.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Absolutely. Nice to meet you as well.
I want to walk through a couple points. 12:36 on the 17th, 12:36 a.m. on February 17, 2022.
Okay.
I believe that's when you left the Jacksonville Beach Police Department to drive over to the Gardner Fernandez residence.
Let me just refer with my offense incident report, please. You're correct with the time. Yes, sir.
That's about 3/10 of a mile from the police station. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, 3/10, 2/10, something like that.
And I believe to Mr. Mizrahi's question, you said you got there at 12:39.
I believe I misspoke, but so it's in my report here. It says 12:36. We met, I'm sorry, at 12:36 we drove there, so we would have been there very shortly thereafter.
And you saw Shanna Gardner
Yes, sir.
and Mario Fernandez.
We did.
Okay. You didn't call before you went over there, correct?
We did not.
Just showed up, knocked on the door, and they answered.
Yes, sir.
Invited you into the house.
Absolutely.
Totally cooperative with you at that time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've been a law enforcement officer for, now you said 19 years, or was it 19 years at the time in 2022?
I've been in law enforcement now 22 years.
Long time.
Yes, sir.
Part of your job is making observations.
Yes, sir.
This is the, at the time, probably the biggest case to have occurred in Jacksonville Beach in quite a long time.
Yes, sir.
All hands on deck, I believe, is what your response was to Mr. Mizrahi.
Yes, sir.
Your office had already had an opportunity to speak to Ms. Bridegan earlier that evening, correct?
Yes, sir. I wasn't part of that, but yes, sir.
Okay. But Shanna Gardner and Mario Fernandez's name had already been brought up to your understanding.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you get to their residence, you're going in to make this notification, or Detective Lamont is, but you're there as, what'd you call it, 3-5?
It's just, yeah, we're there to assist one another. So we're going to a residence. We don't know anything about it, but we always go in pairs of two.
Mario Fernandez and Shanna Gardner had already been mentioned by Ms. Bridegan. You guys have arrived at the residence, and you're making observations while you're there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No observations that Mr. Fernandez seems nervous?
No, sir.
He's sweating profusely?
No, sir.
He's being evasive?
No, sir.
And this is, what, maybe 4.5 hours after the homicide, correct?
Yes, sir.
If you would have made any of those observations, they would have been in that report that you were just referencing, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And certainly if they're not there, you didn't make any of those observations.
I made those observations. I didn't note that in my report, but there was nothing that stood out as being.
Okay. Didn't see him fumbling with a cell phone or anything during the 30, 45 minutes you were there?
No, sir.
Okay. Certainly if you saw something like that, where he seemed like he was messing with his cell phone, panicking, anything like that, you would have noted that.
Perhaps.
Mr. Mizrahi took you to July 18th, where ultimately you went over to Potomac for the second time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the tires?
Yes.
I'm going to try to wheel these things over here for you. This was the tire you found at the residence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does this tire fit a Toyota Tundra?
I don't know, sir.
But it certainly matched a Ford F-150, did it not?
It will ultimately match the vehicle or the tire that was found at the scene.
Sure. This tire?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This was the one that was left in the middle of the roadway, ultimately where Mr. Bridegan was murdered.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you understand this was DNA tested, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that they found Mr. Tenon's DNA on that tire.
I understand that.
Okay. This tire you found at Potomac on the 18th when you went, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Kind of by a stroke of luck, right?
Absolutely.
I believe that was Ms. Stifler's statement in her opening. It was just luck.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you were there, you said you saw Mr. Ordway, who was the current tenant, and you also saw Henry Tenon, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You did not see Mario Fernandez, did you?
I did not.
He didn't show up at all while you were there.
No, sir.
Okay. And you came to learn that Henry Tenon actually used to live at Potomac, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you found a tire owned by Mr. Tenon that fit the truck driven by Mr. Tenon, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you what the state just showed you, which is states 177. And that's a registration, correct? Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me where on there it says Mario Fernandez?
It does not.
Okay. Whose name is that truck registered to?
According to the registration, it's Henry Clement Tenon.
Do you see Henry Tenon in the courtroom?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm showing you now what is States 174. I believe this was the tire invoice you just testified to. Can you see that, sir?
Yes, sir. I was just making sure that was the same one.
Yes, sir. And I see a name up in the top left-hand corner. What name is that?
Henry Tenon,
Okay, and what address is that to?
5239 Potomac Avenue.
Okay, and that's where you understood that Mr. Tenon resided at some point?
At some point, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And that's also where you located that tire?
It is.
Okay, and again, do you see Mario Fernandez's name anywhere on this document?
No, sir, I do not.
Safe to say that you confirmed that Henry Tenon owns the truck, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Henry Tenon bought the tires, correct?
I don't know that.
It's his name on the invoice, was it not?
It is, but I don't know who actually paid for it, but that's who's on the invoice.
You've had experience for what? You said 23 years in law enforcement?
22, sir.
How long have you been driving a car?
A few years.
And you've bought tires, I'm assuming, over those years?
I have.
Okay. Do they normally put other people's names on tires when you go and purchase them?
No, but the reason I say that is because the manager that I spoke with wasn't entirely sure it was Henry Tenon either, so I can't say for certain, but his name is at the top of that receipt.
He didn't say a little short Peruvian man came in and bought tires for somebody else's truck, did they?
No, sir, he did not.
And did I understand correctly, you took a helicopter ride looking for the truck?
We did.
Is that the first time you took a helicopter ride looking for a vehicle?
Actually, it was the second time. It was kind of cool.
I imagine it would be. And ultimately, that truck was found, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. Was it found at a property owned by by Mario Fernandez?
I don't believe so. No, I don't think he owns it.
So you would agree all the evidence and testimony that you just reviewed with Mr. Mizrahi is related to Henry Tenon, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. None of your testimony actually had anything to do with Mario Fernandez, did it?
Well, other than that, it was the property that Mr. Fernandez owned. No.
He rented, correct?
Mr. Tenon rented. Yes, sir.
You also mentioned that you were on the street crime unit at the time that you were called into this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you dealt with gangs and drugs and stuff out in the Jacksonville Beach area?
We did.
Okay. There's some public housing over there. They call it the Hill over there in Jacksonville Beach?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There's other rental properties throughout Jacksonville Beach, right?
It's a coastal community. There's drugs throughout it.
No, not drugs, but I mean rental properties. There's rental properties everywhere.
Absolutely.
And certainly in your experience, you have gone and investigated crimes occurring at rental properties that had nothing to do with the landlords.
Correct.
May I have a second, Your Honor?
Sure.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
May the witness be excused?
Excused, but subject to recall.
All right, Detective, you understand what that means?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Stay in contact with the attorneys, all right? The state will call its next witness, please. Ms. Stifler?
The state calls Detective Chris Johns.
Detective Chris Johns. Good afternoon, Detective. Please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Detective, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
All right, this way. Detective, watch your step, okay? Make sure that you get a little bit closer to the microphone. You may proceed.
It looks like we're having some technical difficulties with the evidence cart. I'll get started.
Do you need a moment?
No, ma'am, I'm not doing anything to it. It keeps flashing in and out, on and off. It's that one. It's that one. Yeah, there we go. All right. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Could you introduce yourself to our jurors, please?
My name is Detective Chris Johns. I work for the Jacksonville Beach Police Department.
Detective Johns, I want to go through a little bit of your educational background and job history.
Okay.
Let's start with your educational background. Can you describe it for the jury, please?
I have some college. I did not finish college. I then went to the police academy. Most of my education has been through career education or on-the-job training.
And you're going to testify twice before this jury. One time in regards to some financial records, so I'll save some of that for then, but can you very briefly give the jury your background in finance?
When I turned 18, I got a job at Citibank working in customer service. I became interested in the financial industry in general. So I moved on, became a mortgage banker, and I spent several years working in retail banking, usually in a branch setting. I eventually decided I wanted to continue on that, and I became a sales assistant for an investment advisor. Eventually went on to become a financial advisor and get my broker's license and become a firm principal. And then prior to that, I became a compliance analyst for an investment firm.
And this was a career you had prior to being a police officer?
Yes, correct.
Okay. What made you change careers from financial advising to a Jacksonville Beach police officer?
I actually had a client who was a police officer as a financial advisor, and I used to go on ride-alongs with him, and I loved it and kind of fell in love, and I said, I think I want to do that.
Let's talk a little bit about your experience at Jacks Beach Police Department. How long did you work at Jacks Beach?
I worked there for 10 months in 2010, and then I ended up having to leave due to my spouse's job. And then I was gone for a little while, and I came back in 2019.
And when you said you had to leave for your spouse's job, that was a move from the Jacksonville area?
Correct. We had to move to South Florida, so I had to relocate.
When you came back to Jacksonville, you resumed your employment with Jacks Beach Police?
That's correct.
What's your current employment status at Jacks Beach?
I work part-time still in our general investigation unit, and then I also have another business where we do financial planning and tax planning.
And are you transitioning back into the financial planning world?
I am committed to them to see the few cases that I have left, and then I'm not sure what I'm going to do after that.
You and your spouse own your own financial planning company?
That's correct.
Okay. At the Jacksonville Beach Police Department, can you describe for the jurors what training you had to go through in order to become a police officer?
So just in general, to become a police officer, you're going to go through the police academy, which is about 770 hours, or was back then. Afterwards, you go through a 16-week FTO process or field training process where you're riding with a senior officer and they're grading you on how you do and showing you the ropes, if you will. On top of that, I've probably done about 1,000 hours of training post-academy. 300 of that has been in either crime scene investigation or criminal investigation, and then about 120 of that specifically in death investigation, suicide, or homicide. Admittedly, most of that happened after this case started.
But prior to your involvement in this case in February of 2022, had you been a police officer on your own for quite some time?
Yes.
What year did you graduate academy?
In 2014.
And you actually had the highest GPA in your graduating class, is that right?
I did, yes.
Okay. Tell me about some of the positions you held with Jacksonville Beach Police prior to joining the General Investigations Unit, which you were a member of back in 2022.
So in order to apply for the General Investigations Unit, you have to have 2 years in patrol, or at least you did during that time period. And part of that, so I had at least 2 years, and then I also served as a crime scene investigator, or evidence technician as they were called back then, before joining GIU. Part of the process when you're wanting to move into general investigations is they want to see what type of initiative you've taken on yourself to develop skills as an investigator. How many independent investigations have you taken on versus just passing off to the unit?
I'm going to stop you right there, just so I make sure that I don't know if I've said this or someone else has. What does GIU stand for?
So the General Investigations Unit,
Okay.
which in Jacksonville Beach, we're a smaller agency than, the sheriff's office. We basically have two units. There's the Special Investigations Unit, which handles vice or drug-related crimes, and then General Investigations Unit, which is going to handle any serious or major crime that doesn't involve drugs or a vice thing.
Will that include things like robberies, burglaries, and homicides?
That's correct.
To become a first of all, how long have you been a member of the GIU?
I was actually very new to the unit. I think I joined in December of 2021.
In order to join the General Investigations Unit with the Jacksonville Beach Police, do you just get to ask to go and sign up?
No, they'll put out a memo saying that there's an open position available. Then a bunch of people will apply, and there will be an interview process, and then they'll make a selection.
Is it competitive?
It is competitive, yes.
And you mentioned that you were fairly new to the GI unit prior to the homicide of Jared Bridegan in February 2022.
Correct.
Prior to being assigned as the lead detective on the homicide of Jared Bridegan in February 2022, had you ever worked as a lead detective on a homicide?
No.
Did you have some homicide experience through your time as a crime scene investigator?
I had worked one other homicide, shadowing actually as a crime scene investigator, and then I had probably worked 15 or 20 other death or suicide investigations prior to that.
At the time of Jared's death back in February of 2022, how did assignments come out on homicides? For example, how did you come to be the lead detective on this particular homicide?
So anytime in GIU, there's a rotating on-call schedule. And if you are the on-call detective when a case happens, while you might be supported by other members of the team, ultimately that case lands in your lap and you're the lead on it.
At Jacksonville Beach Police, as a GIU detective on a homicide, do you work independently and solo on cases?
No, any type of major investigation, it's really a team effort. And sometimes, depending upon the size of the investigation, it could even be a team effort between the larger detective unit. And we might also bring in, as we did in this case, bring in outside agencies to assist as well.
So in this particular case, who were members of the team that you worked with, or how many?
There were 5 people in the General Investigations Unit, another 5 or so in the Special Investigations Unit. We also worked very closely with the ATF and at times also with the FBI.
And in this particular case, did you have help or assistance and team members working closely with you from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, or as we're calling it now, ATF?
Yeah, no case in this magnitude is worked in a silo. Everyone kind of works together. It's a very much a team approach. There's no way that 1 or even 2 detectives, I don't care how seasoned you were, could have worked a case of this magnitude. It was certainly a team effort.
So let's go to February 16th, 2022. You were the on-call GIU detective that date.
Yes.
And what is the difference between a detective and a first responder when it comes to how you approach responding to a homicide scene?
So when a call comes out, especially a call that has some, violent nexus to it, like a gunshot, stabbing, anything like that, the first job of the first responder is to stop the killing, protect any lives that are there, make sure that the scene is safe for fire rescue personnel, and then if possible, to help provide life-saving measures.
And how is that different from your role as a detective when you respond to a scene?
Once the detectives get there, the scene is already secured. There's going to be crime scene tape already up. We're looking at it from a completely different standpoint, a much more methodical approach, an investigative approach.
I'm going to go through a PowerPoint while we're speaking. So I'm showing you it's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 198. This is a map with a red outline. And can you tell the jury what this map depicts?
The outline here is basically the city of Jacksonville Beach.
And you're drawing on it with a map for the record. Is that your jurisdiction as a Jacksonville Beach police officer?
Yes.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 209. This is a Google map of the same area that was a smaller area. And this particular homicide, we've had several detectives testify, occurred in the most kind of southern border of that jurisdiction.
Yes.
Are you familiar with this area here, the Sanctuary neighborhood, Sanctuary Boulevard?
Yes, I am.
And can you describe for the jury the demographic makeup of that neighborhood? And by demographics, I mean, is it residential or is it businesses?
It's an exclusively residential area. There are no businesses anywhere there. It really offers, it's really a feeder street into the Sanctuary neighborhood, and there's actually a gated neighborhood back there called the Sanctuary. So, and they really, it is used as a cut through by some residents who live near there, but mostly it is just a way in and out of the Sanctuary.
So when you responded on February 16th of 2022, the scene was already secured. Did you conduct a walkthrough of the scene?
Yes, I did.
And this is State's Exhibit 3. This is a video that the evidence technicians took of the scene. And we can see here it's very dark on this street. Can you describe the conditions and lighting that night?
This area is well known to be by officers that it's extremely dark. I mean, almost to the point where you can't see your hand in front of your face. As you can see in the video, that they're using flashlights, and you can still almost barely see the car if it didn't have its lights on. It's a very dark and not extremely well traveled.
When you arrived, was the victim still on scene?
Yes, he was.
And were there civilians on standby of people that had arrived on the scene for you to speak with?
I don't recall if they had been sent to the police station at that point or if they were still there.
While on scene, did you identify the victim as someone by the name of Jared Bridegan?
Yes.
How did you identify who he was?
They ran the plate on the vehicle and then pulled up his driver's license photo, and you could tell by seeing the victim on the ground and his photo that it matched.
And were you aware when you arrived or were advised at some point that there was a child with
Yes.
Mr. Bridegan when he died? So explain to the jury what your first steps are in this investigation.
When you get a case like this, the first thing is okay, what can you derive from the scene itself? This is not a well-traveled area. There's a tire laying in the middle of the road. So it seemed like it was placed there to get this vehicle to stop. So then the question is this a carjacking? Is this a robbery? And really that night we weren't really sure. There were no signs of robbery. He still had his jewelry, his AirPods, his wallet. So we were thinking that was probably not the case.
And in terms of it being a carjacking, would the presence of the tire lead you to believe it was not a carjacking? Because it's hard to drive away in someone's car if it's blocked by a tire.
Correct. It would be difficult to, I mean, not impossible, but it would be fairly difficult, and it certainly doesn't seem like something that you would do if you were planning on driving the car away.
Did you consider the possibility that there had been some kind of dispute, either a road rage, something along those lines?
At that time, no, not really, but later in the investigation, absolutely.
So did you begin canvassing or sending officers to canvass to see if there had been any eyewitnesses to the killing?
Patrol officers, and then we called in the SIU units to go and do an initial canvass that evening just to see if there were any suspicious people around, if they noticed anyone. Some people said that they heard anything, but we couldn't find anyone who said that they actually saw anything.
So that night, one of your priorities would have been getting a description if there was a potential suspect or suspects or vehicle description?
Correct.
From the canvassing that night by the patrol officers and your fellow detectives, was anyone able to come up with a suspect or vehicle description that night?
No.
Meaning nobody saw what happened?
Correct.
Did you speak to some people that had come across the scene after Jared had been shot?
Yes, there was two older ladies who just happened to be leaving a birthday. They were there, and then we also spoke to a couple people that I think you might have already met earlier who took Bexley out of the car and were on scene pretty quickly after this happened.
So when you arrived, there were individuals, you said some older ladies that were at a birthday?
Yes.
And they had been in a vehicle at the scene?
Correct.
And then the vehicle behind them contained some individuals who had taken the child out of the car?
Correct.
And did yourself or detectives with your team speak to those individuals to see if they had any relevant information?
Yes, I spoke to Mr. Shane Borgia that evening. Other officers spoke with the ladies, and then they were actually contacted later to get more information from them.
And were they able to give you any suspect descriptions, vehicle descriptions, or any indication of how the homicide went down?
No.
I say went down, I mean the manner in which it was committed.
No, everyone who arrived after it had already occurred.
What time did the first 911 call for the homicide come in? If you don't remember the exact time, you can give me an approximation.
I think it was 7:59. It was like maybe 6 or 8 minutes after the shooting, the last shot.
And I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, but how do you know what time this shooting actually occurred?
The shooting was actually captured on a nearby, or not really that nearby. There was a camera on a rooftop, and the gentleman just happened to be out working or loading stuff in his vehicle, and that caused his camera to capture the shooting.
Or the last shot?
Or the last shot, excuse me.
And the time on that, the timestamp on that camera was 7:52 p.m.
Correct.
All right, so that night, besides Mr. Borgia, who else did you speak with?
I also spoke with Jared Bridegan.
Where did you speak with Mrs. Bridegan?
At the police station.
And she arrived on her own?
She was with her mother.
Did you make the notification to her that her husband had been killed?
I can't remember if it was me or my sergeant that did it.
That evening, you spoke to her. Did you conduct a recorded interview, Mirandize her, interrogate her?
No, we did not.
Why not?
Generally, we do record everything that goes on in one of our rooms. It's the nature of why they exist. However, we made a decision that evening not to record a widow who had just found out that her husband had been killed.
You're making a notification to someone their husband had died. You're not interrogating a suspect at that point.
That's correct.
All right. Other than Mrs. Bridegan and Mr. Borgia, did you speak with anyone else that night who seemed to have any type of relevant information?
No.
And detectives and patrol officers were delegated to go canvass and try to see if there were any other witnesses?
That's correct.
I want to talk now about the days following the homicide and the development into your initial investigation.
Okay.
So having looked at the scene, seeing that it was not consistent with what you know to be consistent with a robbery or a carjacking, what did you investigate next?
The first thing we did was a geofence, basically, and we also did a tower dump. So basically what we're looking for in that instance is we get a search warrant to get data from Google or the cell phone providers to see if we can identify any devices that don't belong in the area. We know we're going to pick up some devices of people who we knew were already there or people who live near the scene, but we were looking for any outliers of that.
When you say a tower dump, you're referring to you can send a search warrant to a cell phone carrier and get a list of the phone numbers that utilize a tower in close proximity to a certain location like a homicide scene.
That's correct.
Does that depend on those devices being on and using cellular data?
Yes.
Geofence is similar, but it involves your usage of Google and Google devices.
Correct. It's anytime you have anytime you're using any type of Google product, they're most likely collecting data points about where you're located at.
And like a tower dump, does that rely on the device that's utilizing Google being powered on and using Google products?
Yes.
Okay. Did you receive a return from that and follow up on those numbers for both the geofence and the tower dump?
The tower dump's a little bit more difficult because the geographic location is so small in Jacksonville Beach. There are only a couple of towers. There were nothing that popped out at us, but the geofence was something that we more focused on, but it also did not return anything that was a viable lead.
Did you look at any, chase down any leads, look at numbers, investigate the people that belong to those phone numbers or devices?
Every person that we identified was either someone who lived, we could verify that they lived within our geographic area, or someone that we already knew was there and they were not a suspect.
So you had numbers that you could not identify as residents, and then you eventually cross-referenced them with all the names that were brought up in this case that could potentially be involved.
That's correct.
And that did not lead to any investigative leads?
No, it did not.
After doing that, what else did you look into as a next step? You mentioned earlier that you did not consider the possibility of a dispute or road rage that night, but later on, tell the jury about that investigation.
We basically started doing what we call victimology, which is where we try to learn everything we can about a victim. Usually, not always, but usually when someone is murdered, there is a reason. It is due to a conflict that they have in their life. So we tried to learn everything we could about Jared Bridegan. Who was he as a person, an employee, where did he go? And we literally looked at everywhere that he frequented, the people that he hung out with, and we started basically just crossing things off the list.
Did you retrace his steps that evening?
Yes, we did.
And tell the jury about what you uncovered, where you went, what kind of evidence you collected.
We went back we found out that he was there for date night, and that was explained to us what date night was, where he would go and pick up his kids from his ex-wife's home. They would go out to eat, and then he would take them back home. We found out that they went to Bearded Pig, so we went to Bearded Pig. We interviewed the staff to determine if maybe he had gotten into some kind of dispute with someone at the restaurant. We received footage of their parking lot to see if maybe there was some type of incident in the parking lot. And then we kind of followed him around, and he went to Wendy's after that, and then kind of back to drop his kids off. Everywhere we looked, there was no there's nothing to suggest that he had been in some type of road rage event or had gotten into kind of confrontation with anyone that evening.
So you went to the restaurant he ate at, interviewed the staff, pulled surveillance. Did you pull surveillance at the Wendy's as well?
There was very limited surveillance there, but yes, we did.
And you saw no indication that you could see him having an altercation with someone or anyone following him or any kind of cars almost hitting each other, stealing a parking spot, something like that?
From what we could see, there was nothing like that.
So you said generally people are murdered for a reason. Did that mean that you had, at some point in the days following the homicide, eliminated this as a potential random act of violence?
The evidence did not suggest that that's what this was.
And how so?
Going back and looking at Mr. Bridegan's life, he didn't seem to have, there was no gambling debts, there was no history of drug use. He didn't seem to have any conflict in his life, that would cause this. And then you go back to the scene and you factor in both what we learned about him as a person and then also the evidence at the scene, which is more and more leading us towards that this was an intentional act that had been committed.
And when you say intentional act, do you mean specific to Mr. Bridegan himself?
That's correct.
What about the evidence of the scene made you believe that this was intended specifically for him?
Well, you have a not a very well-traveled area, very dark at night. A rim is thrown out in the front of his vehicle or is placed there to get him to stop, and he is shot and killed.
You talked about something you called victimology. As part of that process, what do you do?
We will pull their phone records, find out who they associate with on a normal basis. We will pull their bank account records to see where they spend their money at, how they earn their money. Then we will start whittling down who are their known associates, who do they spend their time with. And then we'll start talking to those people and trying to find out what type of person we have.
Did you pull Jared Bridegan's financial records?
Yes.
Did you pull his wife, Kirsten Bridegan's financial records?
Yes.
Did you pull their phone records?
Yes.
Did you take Mr. Bridegan's phone and other electronic devices to be forensically examined?
Yes, we did.
And by that means we use, in common language, the phrase dump his phones, dump his devices.
Yes,
And did you review that data?
we did.
Was there anything you found in his financials, phone records, or devices that gave you any leads to investigate as to potentially a suspect that had intentionally sought to kill him?
There was nothing to suggest in his phone records, his bank accounts, or any of his electronic devices that we feared that would cause him to be murdered.
Was there anyone that you were looking at in those early days as potentially of interest to you in this investigation in regards to a motive or reason to intentionally target Mr. Bridegan?
I think anytime you have a homicide investigation or really any major crime, it's kind of the old adage that everybody's a suspect until you're not, and that's how we kind of look at these things. And we started to kind of whittle away at the possible suspect list. One name that just kept coming up and up, and really kind of the only ongoing conflict we could find in his life, everyone kept kind of pointing us back to
Response.
Here I'm discussing the steps of his investigation and effect on listener.
I'll sustain it.
Let me think of a way to rephrase this. Without telling me what people told you, did you begin to narrow down your list of people of interest to any particular individuals?
Let me see you at sidebar. May proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. The detective, after eliminating some of these possibilities, looking at surveillance, retracing the victim's steps, looking at his devices, pulling financial records, pulling phone records, conducting witness interviews, did you begin to perceive or investigate into the defendant, in this case, Mario Fernandez and Shanna Gardner, as persons of interest?
Yes, we did.
And Your Honor, I think that's a natural stopping point for the jurors to have a break as the court requested.
Okay. Members of the jury, we're going to take a 15-minute break, refresh yourselves, okay, and come back. We'll be back at 2:30. 2:30. All right, everyone may be seated. So since Detective Johns is going to be a longer witness, what I'd ask is that the lawyers kind of be cognizant of the time and just ask for a break about every hour or so, so that, number one, you know, the jurors can maintain attentiveness, and then also, like, we don't go too long with the witness as well. You can have a break, Detective Johns. For the 15 minutes, you cannot discuss your testimony with anyone, and that's including the lawyers. You're still considered to be on the stand, okay? Or with anybody, all right? So go ahead and we'll take the 15 minutes, okay?
Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Kind of a natural lull. All right. Okay. An hour right on the dot, but like. I'm not if I do, you want me to interrupt you? You want me to interrupt? Okay. You'll get the hook. Okay. I don't want to interrupt you.
I'll try not to. And maybe my team can throw peanuts at me.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I don't want to. Okay.
It's not case related.
Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. Everyone may be seated. Ms. Stifler.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Johns, before the break, we'd gotten to the point in your investigation where you had narrowed the field of potential individuals with motive and were starting to look into Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you also still investigating other leads that were not necessarily connected at that time to Gardner and Fernandez?
Yes.
What was your main focus the first couple months of the investigation?
We had found video surveillance of a blue two-tone F-150. And that was actually our main focus of the investigation at that point, is trying to figure out who owned that vehicle and where it came from.
And the jury has seen a video of surveillance clips you collected and heard testimony that early on you all became aware that this truck could potentially be involved. Can you advise the jury about the link between the truck you saw on camera and the tire collected at the scene?
The truck that we saw on camera and was essentially linked back to, or the tire on scene had a DOT number on it, which is not quite a serial number, but it tells you when the tire, where the tire was manufactured and what week and year it was manufactured. The tire left on the scene and the tire that was found at Potomac had the same DOT number.
And we heard some testimony about that. What does that mean essentially about the two tires and where and when they were produced?
It means they were produced in the same factory or the same manufacturer, the same week and year.
Did you try to identify a blue, older model Ford F-150 two-tone vehicle by searching through records available to you as law enforcement officers?
Yes, we did.
What did you do in order to try to narrow down and see if you could find anyone who potentially had associations with a truck like that?
We went through the database of, when you get a tag for your vehicle, DHSMV, we went through all of theirs. We tried to find any vehicles that match the general year and description of that, tried to narrow those down. And admittedly, there were tons of them. So we tried our best to focus on what we could to try to find some link to these vehicles. Unfortunately, at that time, we didn't have license plate readers or anything like that, so that was kind of our best thing. We also looked for anyone who was selling that same make and model that we knew was potentially involved.
So you did some database research into tag registration, sales of trucks, and did you send officers out in the field to track down any potential leads from that information?
Yes, we did.
Eventually, at some point, did you decide to release, as an agency, a photograph of the suspect truck through the media as a plea to the public for information?
Yes, we did.
Tell the jury about that, please.
Eventually, we were kind of just running out of areas to search, and we believed that this truck was absolutely involved in this crime based upon the tire matching and just the surveillance video all matching up. But we just could not identify where this truck, who it belonged to, where it came from. So we decided as an agency just to go ahead and release it to the media in hopes that someone might see it and call in and tell us about it.
Did the Jacksonville Beach Police Department receive calls following the media release of that photograph of the truck?
We received dozens and dozens of telephone calls. Unfortunately, we kind of set ourselves up to receive calls about any and every Ford F-150 or other pickup truck that had any type of similar paint color or description.
Of those calls, if any of them seemed specific enough to the vehicle you were looking for, did you or fellow officers reach out to that person or follow up with those leads?
We did our best to try to follow up with them. Sometimes it could be someone calling and saying, I was at Lowe's and I saw a truck drive past me, and unfortunately that's not a whole lot to go off of. But the ones that we could or that we had an address to, we'd send someone out. A lot of times it wouldn't quite match or it wouldn't even be the right make or model, but we did our best to try to follow up on those.
Did you ever receive a tip to follow up on in regards to the media release of a photograph of that truck that led you to 5239 Potomac from those call-ins?
No, we did not.
Another lead you had from the scene was the presence of shell casings. Tell the jury what you did in order to investigate those shell casings.
So a relatively new process, it's still relatively new. We tried to send those shell casings to the ATF lab to see if we could get a DNA profile off the person who might have loaded them into the magazine.
And trying to obtain DNA off shell casings, you said that's relatively new. Why did you have to submit them to ATF lab instead of using the FDLE lab here in the state of Florida?
FDLE did not have the capability of doing that at the time. I believe there's only one private lab and then the ATF's lab.
So you sent it to the one private lab that you were aware of that was at the time performing this kind of testing?
We sent it to the ATF's lab for cost reasons. But it was only the ATF lab and I believe one private lab that actually even did it at that time.
Okay, and that was my question. So these two labs were doing this, other labs were not, and you attempted that?
Correct.
And we'll hear from a DNA expert later, but did you get any leads on suspects from the DNA results on those shell casings?
We did not.
Was there DNA present on the shell casings?
Only the victims.
Detective Johns, you mentioned that police work is not a silo. As you are investigating this homicide, are you having daily briefings with other members of your team and with members of the Jacksonville Beach Police Department and ATF?
Yes, we held an 8 a.m. briefing and a 5 p.m. briefing every day to discuss any new information that might have come about or any new leads that were discovered.
Are you familiar with 10mm firearms through your training and experience as a law enforcement officer?
I'm not super familiar with them. I can say through our collective experience that they are very rare. Not so rare that it's a unicorn, but rare enough that compared to a 9mm or even a .40 caliber, we see drastically a lot less of them.
Did you send these shell casings to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office to run through what's called NIBIN, which is the National Integrated Ballistics Information Network, which is a fancy way of saying a database where they could tell you if those casings were fired by a firearm and relate to another crime where they have casings from?
Yes, we did.
And did you get any investigative leads from that?
No.
So the national network, you could not find a shell casing that from your scene that could potentially be linked to some crime somewhere else in the country?
That's correct.
Did you look at sales and pawn records for 10mm firearms in the Jacksonville Beach area?
We actually asked the ATF to go out to all of the FFLs or the licensed firearm dealers in Duval County to pull all of the recent sales or pawns of recent 10mm, and then we did the best we could to make sure that none of those people had any type of connection with either a blue Ford F-150 or a connection back to the victim.
So you researched into purchasers of 10mm firearms, and admittedly, it's a limited search. You can't look at every person who's ever bought a 10mm. Here in the state of Florida, are you required to register your firearm with the state of Florida?
No, there's no registry, and you can do a private sale as well, and there's a record of that. So
if somebody had given someone a 10mm or sold it to them in a private sale, there would not be a record of that potentially?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So just so that we're clear, based on the last question posed by the state, the question, and I'll read it back. So you researched into purchasers of 10-millimeter firearms, and admittedly, it's a limited search. You can't look at every person that bought the 10-millimeter here in the state of Florida. Are you required to register your firearm in the state of Florida? Answer, no. There's no registry, and you can do a private sale as well, and there's no record of that. Question, so if somebody had given someone a 10-millimeter or sold them in a private sale, there would not be a record of that potentially. Answer, that's correct, and then that's when the objection came?
I'm sorry, my objection was slightly delayed because I had to confer with counsel.
Okay.
So it was the question or two before that question.
Let me see if this is it. Did you look at sales and pawn records for 10-millimeter firearms in Jacksonville Beach area? Answer, we actually asked the ATF to go out to all of the FL or licensed firearms dealers in Duval County and pull all the recent sales or pawns. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. I'll finish the answer. Pull all of the recent sales or pawns of the recent 10 millimeters, and then we did the best we could to make sure none of those people had any types of connections with the blue Ford F-150 or a connection with, or a connection back to the victim. So if you could start there, does the state of Florida have any information related to that?
Your Honor, I was never provided, nor do I believe that law enforcement with the Jacksonville Beach Police Department kept any records. In the wiretap affidavit that was provided to defense counsel in initial discovery in 2023, on page 39, the firearms search, subsection 1, information contains information that ATF conducted, I'm quoting from the wiretap affidavit that was provided in discovery. ATF conducted a canvass of FFLs in Duval County from January 1st, 2022 through February 16th, 2022, and discovered that only 0.05% of FFL firearms purchases in this time period were for 10-millimeter Glocks. Footnote 25, this refers only to FFLs, not private sales. JSO provided information that they received only 4 leads from the National Integrated Ballistics Information Network, NIBIN, for 10-millimeter firearms. So there was information provided to defense in this wiretap affidavit through law enforcement that there was a search by ATF through databases to track down FFL sales and do some statistical analysis. I don't have any records of what they searched. All I have is the information they gleaned from it, which was there were no investigative leads. None of those records were, I believe, placed into property. They don't exist on any of the property cards. So I don't believe it's a discovery violation because that information has been disclosed through the affidavit of Detective Johns during the wiretap, which is dated January 21st, 2023, which was provided on the state's initial examination.
Okay.
Obviously, the disclosed to defense such that they could request records themselves or further discovery through depositions on that matter.
Mr. Dreiser. Yes.
If you need it, you need it, but I'm going to withdraw my objection.
Okay.
And that, for Mr. Dreiser, sure.
Okay. Mr. Dreiser.
And just for Mr. Dreiser's information, that was the last in that line of questioning, so.
Okay. If my mic wasn't on, I'll withdraw my objection given the information provided from the affidavit, I think it's consistent with what his answer was, and they confirmed that there are no documents that were turned over as they didn't, well, I can cross them as to whether they should or they didn't or they are, but she's confirming they don't have any.
Okay. All right, thank you. We'll bring the jury back then. Please let the record reflect that the request for a Richardson hearing is withdrawn. All right, let's bring the jury back. Thank you. All right, welcome back in. Everyone may be seated. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Detective Johns, we discussed your investigation into Mr. Bridegan himself. We discussed your investigation into the blue two-toned Ford F-150. We discussed your investigation into 10mm firearms. Those leads at some point, is it fair to say, kind of got cold?
Yes.
I want to talk about the secondary track of your investigation. Earlier, we mentioned that at some point you believed that Mr. Fernandez, the defendant in this case, and Ms. Gardner could be persons of interest based on your investigation.
That's correct.
Did you learn through review of the St. Johns County Clerk of Court's record and other investigative means to include an interview with Mr. Fernandez himself about the divorce between Ms. Gardner and Mr. Bridegan?
That's correct.
And were you aware of Mr. Bridegan's, you mentioned date night earlier, this particular night, February 16th, did you confirm that that was in fact a scheduled date night?
Yes.
So I want to draw your attention to the screen. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 205. Is this 1511 Marsh Inlet Court?
Yes, it is.
And who resided there at the time of Jared Bridegan's homicide?
Mario Fernandez and Ms. Gardner.
And they had joint custody of the twin children. For purposes of record, we're going to call them AB and LB. Is that correct?
Yes.
I want to give the jury kind of an idea of the location of the Marsh Inlet home in comparison to some other areas of interest. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 204. This is a Google map. This location here, 400 3rd Street South, is a Wendy's. Is that correct?
It was a Wendy's, yes.
Is that the Wendy's that you went and obtained surveillance from the night Jared Bridegan was killed?
Yes.
And this shows the Google map. Whether he took this route or not, we don't know, but all roads lead to Shetter Avenue, and to get from Wendy's to Ms. Gardner's home, he most likely would have taken Shetter. Correct?
Correct.
This is State's Exhibit, hold on. .204. I'm zooming in on State's 204. I want to ask about some areas of interest. So this flag here, what does that depict?
That was the Marsh Inlet residence we were just looking at.
This home we see here in State's Exhibit 205?
Correct.
Ms. Stifler, if you get rid of that circle.
I am, yes, ma'am. In looking at the front of the Marsh Inlet house, are there any houses to the right?
There are not, no.
What is on the right-hand side of this residence at Marsh Inlet?
There's a little, I guess, sign for the neighborhood, and then other than that, there's just the street.
So at Marsh Inlet here, it's at the corner of Marsh Inlet and South 15th Street.
That's correct.
And behind the house at Marsh Inlet, what is it to the back of the property on the back fence line?
Now it's all Discovery School. I'm not sure if they own that property then, or I think they did, but it's all basically the Discovery School campus.
So if you were to hop over that fence or walk back behind the house, you would hit the property that belongs to the Discovery School.
Correct.
Did AB and LB attend the Discovery School prior to Jared Bridegan's death?
Yes.
Did they continue to attend the Discovery School after his death?
Yes, I did.
And then you kept walking through the Discovery School. What is the next street that you would hit?
It's called, the area is called Pablo Hamlet. It's a continuation of Shetter Avenue, but basically Shetter Avenue runs into Pablo Hamlet.
So
Pablo Hamlet.
So Marsh Inlet home, directly behind it is the Discovery School, where AB and LB attended school. And then directly behind that is going to be Pablo Hamlet.
Correct.
Are there any streets in between Shetter and Marsh Inlet on 15th?
No, there are not.
Did you speak with the defendant in this case, Mr. Fernandez, in regards to Jared Bridegan as part of your investigation following his homicide?
Yes.
Do you remember the date of when you interviewed Mr. Fernandez?
March 1st.
How did you arrange to interview Mr. Fernandez?
I don't remember if I called him or Ms. Gardner, but we made phone contact with them, and they agreed to come in.
Do you remember what date you made phone contact with them to set up that interview at the police station?
I believe it was the day before.
So that would be February 28th,
Correct.
2022. And you spoke with Mr. Fernandez, he was willing to come in?
Yes.
And you arranged to have that interview the following day on March 1st, 2022.
Yes.
When you talked to Mr. Fernandez, did you audio and video record that interview?
Yes, we did.
While you were speaking to him, was there anything during that conversation that corroborated what you believed to be the motive you were developing? I can ask it a different way.
Okay.
When you interviewed Mr. Fernandez, and the jury's going to see his interview momentarily and hear it themselves, were there specific statements he said that you notated as potentially relevant to your investigation?
Yes.
What were some of the specific statements, based on your training and experience, that stood out to you such that you notated them?
That he and Ms. Gardner were trying to get a social investigation done in order to gain at least majority custody of the kids.
And just, it goes without saying, but I am going to say it. This interview, March 1st, 2022, was after Jared had been killed.
That's correct.
All right.
I'm sorry, I was asking about the date.
Okay.
This interview was conducted as part of your homicide investigation, so clearly, and just for context for the jury to watch it, this is after Mr. Mr. Bridegan had been killed.
Yes, that's correct.
Did you also speak with Ms. Gardner that day?
Yes, we did.
Without saying anything she said, after her interview, did you take any steps off the path of the investigation you were already on?
No.
Your Honor, this time I would like to publish what's been marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 183.
Sure.
This is a recorded interview. It's about 50 minutes long, just for everyone's information.
Is everyone okay? All the jurors? Okay, go ahead.
And Your Honor, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention this earlier. I would request the court read the redaction instruction at this time.
Thank you. Give me just a moment.
Yes, ma'am, I'll get it set up.
Members of the jury, as the state is getting the exhibit prepared, I give you this instruction as it relates to State's Exhibit 183. You're about to view a video recording, and the court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of this case. And the fact that the recording has been edited should not impact the way that you view and consider this evidence. You may proceed.
Thank you.
Members of the jury, because it is 50 minutes, I do want to give you the leeway that if you do need a break in the course of the exhibit being published, all you have to do is raise your hand and I'll take the break and we'll pause it, okay?
Before we begin, Detective, when you conduct an interview of an individual with your partner, Detective Lamont, are the things that you and Detective Lamont saying necessarily your opinions or the truth?
No, they're not.
So just because you're saying something's an interview doesn't necessarily mean you believe it.
That's correct.
It could be an investigative technique that you learned in how to interview individuals or how to elicit responses.
That's correct.
Give me just one moment before you do that. Members of the jury, as well as the instruction that I just gave you, I also give you this instruction that you must abide by and follow. You're about to watch a recorded interview that contains maybe the opinions and statements by Detective John to Mario Fernandez, and these opinions and these statements are pertinent only to explain the reactions and responses that they elicit. You are not to consider the opinions or statements of Detective Johns as evidence. They're not evidence. So in that context is the reason why those statements and opinions may be contained on this video. So you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Detective Johns, just to orient the jury, what is this room we're looking at here on the video?
We commonly refer to this as a soft room. It's where we would conduct interviews of people that are not necessarily under arrest or considered suspects.
And at this point in your investigation, was Mr. Fernandez and Ms. Gardner true suspects?
No.
And the individual here in the red T-shirt and black mask with the bun in his hair, is that the defendant in this case, Mr. Fernandez?
Yes, it is.
No, the player, this Blu-ray disc thing is terrible.
Did you drag it to the desktop?
I'll try to do that now. We did test this last week and it was in working order.
Members of the jury, why don't you give us 5 minutes and we'll get it all set up for you to come back, okay?
It's just straight not working.
Everyone may be seated. Are you playing? Sure. Are you playing it from your computer or?
No, I'm using the Blu-ray player on the evidence card, but I tried plugging it directly into
We're off the record.
modem.
1 second. Right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think we got it worked out.
Okay.
I think you guys met the other night, right? The night, yeah. Listen, man, I appreciate you coming in. So basically what we're trying to do, we're just trying to get an idea about Jared, who he is, how he was, the dynamic, you know, from, we're looking, it's just some stuff that we're looking to kind of get questions or answers to. And obviously you being, and being in that dynamic, you know, you should be able to give us an interesting perspective.
Yeah, absolutely.
So where I would like to start, man, is just how did so I guess we'll go back to the beginning when you met Shanna, right? Like, how did that happen?
So at that when we met, we were both working for Black Hive, right there, the CrossFit gym. I was the maintenance guy, and she was a coach. And that's just kind of how it all began. I got introduced to the kids, saw how things were, and for Shanna and I, it was a bit of a unique situation because of the type of person Jared was. Shanna and I, we pretty much sealed the deal very early in the relationship, because there was no way I was going to be able to help her with anything relevant to the kids if we weren't. It was just impossible. So for me and with Shanna, it was very much a, hey, we can't really have a relationship if your kids don't like me. I started with that.
Right.
You know, and then from there we just moved forward. But then, I guess coming into the kids' lives, and then I remember reaching out to Jared, and I let him know. I said particularly, I said, it was right after Shanna and I got married. I told him, hey man, now that I'm going to be in the kids' lives more often, you know, maybe you and I should like have a chat. Nothing. I got nothing.
Was that done over phone, text, person, text? And he just didn't send you nothing back?
Nope.
Is that the only time you ever tried to reach out to him?
So after that, we were all in a group text message. And there were lots of times where, like, if you look at, like, our emails, our text messages, our exchanges, it's very, to me, it's just pestering. It's very annoying. I don't like that. I'd much rather do what we're doing right now. We'll all sit down, and if we have something to confront, we'll do it together.
Right.
You know, we can talk about it. I extended that to them plenty of times, where it's like, why don't you guys come over and we'll talk about this, we'll figure something out, something like that. I've even thrown in stuff where it's in regards to, because they're practicing, you know, they're religious and they practice the Mormon religion.
Right.
Shanna has that background, and there are certain things that we could put in play that is just like their religion.
Right.
Where we could do it in a stable place.
Yeah.
Hell no. No way in hell. One of the best things that I got with Jared, I went to pick the kids up one time. This had to have been like 3 years ago. I went to go pick the kids up, and I'm not the type to like not just knock on the door and be like, hey, I'm here, you know, versus like sending a text. So I parked outside, went to go knock on the door. Kids come running out, and they're freaking out. They're losing their shit. They're like, you're not supposed to knock on the door. They're like scared.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what's going on? They're like, well, Dad said no one's supposed to knock on the door. You guys can't knock. And I was like, okay, I can do whatever I want, you know, and he can tell me that.
Yeah.
And I just stood at the door, the kids got out, and I was like, all right, man, you good? Like, I could see him.
Yeah.
He refused to turn around. Liam shut the door. Then I got a text message saying, if I ever knock on his door and come on his property like that he was going to file a restraining order against me.
Was this before you were married?
This is after.
This was after you were married?
Yeah.
So this was after you became a step-parent?
Yep. Yeah.
Were there any instances like that before you got married to Shanna?
Before that, because I was introduced to the kids, and the kids, like, you know, they would talk about me, that stuff more or less went to Shanna. It wasn't, I never received anything particular. The dude never spoke to me.
Yeah.
The one time where he said, Well, actually, no, he didn't even direct anything to me. But the only time we've seen them really in person, outside of when we do the exchanges with the kids or stuff, or the kids doing something, is when we were in court. They came in, I went to shake their hands. His wife shook my hand, and he just looked right at his lawyer and just refused to say anything.
Wow. Yeah, that's rough. That's crazy, man. So outside of court, how many interactions were there? Like, did y'all go to like gymnastics stuff? I know your wife, she's in gymnastics.
So Abigail's in gymnastics, and she hasn't had any performances, but I know that Abigail has told us, like, that he just drops her off and then leaves, goes home, then comes back, even though they live like 5 minutes away.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, because we're so far away, we're in there. I'll go in and I'll let her know. I was like, hey man, you should stop being a chatty Cathy and like practice, stuff like that.
Yeah.
But they never stayed. I've gone on their weeks too, and just to like take pictures of Abby and like get progress in, and nothing. The only other time that we had an interaction was Abby was in dance, and she had a recital, so we went there. They avoid us like the plague. So his parents were there, if I'm not mistaken. They sat completely away. We sat out in the front. Some of Shanna's friends, they were there. They were around us, and on the way out, since it was their week, they were leaving with the kids, so we just walked up to the kids, and we gave Abby flowers, we had Liam give her flowers, and they just sat back, or they stood back, and nothing, not hi, not nothing. There's even been times when Shanna, or the kids would ask to call Shanna, or vice versa,
Mm-hmm.
and if they were in the car with them, there was one particular moment after their first younger sister was born, Bexley, they were so excited to show the baby.
Right.
And they were all in the car, and then Jared and Kirsten freaked the fuck out. They were like, Liam, no! Like, they didn't want us to see the baby. They didn't want any of that shit. Nope.
So how did, obviously in your interactions with kids, you haven't interacted with him that much. How did the kids seem, how did they seem towards Jared?
So, there's a big history, I guess, that I could drop on you guys in regards to the kids and their interactions. That's definitely more something since they've been in therapy since the divorce. Dr. Mercedes McGowan, she's like the best.
Mm-hmm.
And she's been there for all of it. The kids, they have journals that, when they turned 7, I told Shanna, I was like, hey, some of these things that are happening, for them to verbalize it better, or to not forget when they go and talk to the therapist, like maybe we should have them write it down. So for them it was more of like, I'm getting my writing practice in, because that's how I introduced it to them, and it was so that they could have all of their information to give to Dr. Mercedes.
Right.
But a lot of it was, sometimes they would talk about how they were scared to ask him stuff, but I don't think I think it was more of a like, oh, like he's going to say no, so I don't want to ask. But then there were other times where, since it was a 50-50, every other week, if we didn't have the kids, we would go on Wednesdays and go to date night, and we'd have them, before it used to be a 2-hour window, we'd go have dinner.
Yeah.
And that's what it was that day,
Right.
that Wednesday. He came, picked them up, they went to dinner, dropped them off. So that was normal. But there are plenty of times when, because it's just him at that moment, he'll say specific things to the kids. And we've had to go through a series of roller coasters where, like, he once particularly, Abigail wanted to dye her hair purple. I don't give a fuck, shit's cool, whatever, it looks great, why not do it professionally versus like putting the chalk shit on? That's where my mind is. But she was legitimately scared to ask him and get that rejection. But on top of that, when she did approach it, because I was, it's one of those things where, like, I don't want them to be scared to have that confrontation. It's like, you gotta face it head on, and if they tell you no, who cares?
Right.
Best thing that could happen is they say yes, everybody wins. If they say no, well, fuck it, we'll figure out something else.
Right.
So she sits there and asks him, and he then proceeded to tell her that if you do that, first it was well, your hair is beautiful just the way it is. Yeah, but I want to do this.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was, well, God won't like you and you won't be accepted in the church. That's where he deviated, like damn near immediately.
Yeah, pretty sharp turn there.
He told Liam something similar. Then he told him about the rejection in the church in regards to tattoos. And I know that was a stab at Shanna, because Shanna has a sleeve.
Yeah.
So we had to take the kids to, luckily we're friends with a bishop of the religion that lives down the street from us.
Mm-hmm.
And him and his wife, like, we get along with their families, it's great. And then Shanna was like, you know what, why don't we take you to go talk to the bishop? And here the kids are asking the bishop questions of like, hey, you know, like, we were told that we wouldn't, and, you know, he had to just let them know and reassure them. It's like, you'll always be welcome to come into the church. Like, you will not be rejected for that. And then that turned sour because the kids told Jared, hey, the bishop told us that it was fine.
Yeah.
Jared then, on the following date night, he drove to the church and got into a pissing contest with the bishop. And the bishop, like, the kids were there, so the bishop's like, hey guys, why don't you guys go outside? So he had an entire chat with him and just let him get it all out. And then after the confrontation, you know, he's like, what are you on, man? Why would you not want the mother of your children to succeed so that they could have better?
Right.
That's pretty much where it went, and he just lost his shit. Left. I guess they went to go get dinner, and then he asked the kids to tell them where he lives, and then they drove past his house.
When was that? How long ago was that?
Shit, that had to have been 2 years ago.
2 years?
It was before COVID, so it's definitely 2 years ago.
What's
That's like the timeline before COVID.
Do you know the bishop's name?
I always forget his Curry.
Curry?
That's his last name.
And his church is up here on, is it?
On Penman.
Penman?
Yeah. Yeah, and then the bishop, he had to contact legal in regards to the legal portion of the church. You know, kind of notified.
Why did he have to contact legal?
Because, I guess it's because of their interaction and because he drove by his house. It's one of those, like...
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
It's weird as hell. You know,
Did it get physical or anything? Or
no, just very verbal. Very verbal, and then, yeah, and then he asked the kids to take him and show him where his house is.
Did they tell you, did he tell you what he said or anything like that?
What the bishop told us?
Yeah.
He pretty much told us that he was asking why he would, like, more or less interact and help someone who has left the church, and he was harping on Shanna. That's pretty much where it went. And then for the bishop, it was more of a, again, like, why would you want the mother of your children to fail? You know, why would you not want them to succeed and have the because it's that 50-50. And then, you know, I can barely remember it, but he dropped the verse on him where it's just like, you know, even if you have one sheep that has separated, why would you not go out of your way to get that sheep either back to the flock or just to safety?
Yeah.
So he hit them with that, and he didn't like that shit at all. So.
When you say succeed, you said you keep saying that why would you want her to succeed, Shanna? Like, what do you mean, like professionally or like spiritually or like what?
I guess I don't know if at that point the bishop was talking about like in the spiritual. I don't know if it was a spiritual sense. I'm not him. We'd have to ask him.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty positive that interaction was more of a why are you helping her? And it's like why would you not want to help her?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So let's come to date night, and you know we're just trying to get an idea about how it works, kind of what happened that night. I know it got shifted because of gymnastics.
Yep.
So. Like typically on a typical date night when Jared would come and pick up the kids, how did it go from like start to end?
So he usually pulls up, texts here.
Mm-hmm.
The kids walk out, and we usually watch them get in the car. And then when they come home, they just come in. We've taught them how to have a keypad on the house.
Mm-hmm.
So if the garage is closed, they hit the keypad, or they just come in through the garage, and then we know they're home. And usually, like, the dogs lose their shit for a quick second, and we know they're home. And that's it. That's exactly how it goes.
Is there ever any communication about, like, where they're going or what they're going to do or anything like that? Nothing like that?
Nope.
So let's go to that night.
We usually ask the kids, it's like, hey, what do you guys thinking you're gonna do for date night? Where do you guys want to go eat? That way they can voice that to him. But it's a bit annoying because before we've tried to kind of integrate that where it's like you guys can make choices too.
Yeah.
And then we'll be like, why don't you guys call him Tuesday, so that way you guys can, be like, hey, we want to go here. And that way you have a good shot of going there if that's where you want to go. Because there have been times where like, oh, well, I don't want to go there. We ended up going to this place and I didn't like it, blah, blah. It's like, why don't you let them know ahead of time? That'll work. It'll help you guys. And then they'll tell them. And then they're like, well, we'll think about it. And then that's not where they go.
So that decision was typically made by Jared without the kids' input?
Oh, yeah.
Was it made like almost in spot, like, was he ever take their input, or was it just like, this is my show, I'm running it, I'm doing it?
I don't really know, to be honest. There were some times when it's like, actually I can't even remember any time that the kids were like, oh yeah, we asked to go here and that's where we went.
Yeah.
It was more of, oh, we went to Firehouse, and then they can agree to like Firehouse, so everybody's happy at that moment.
Right. So let's go back to that particular date night, and we're just kind of trying to work this night and figure out everything that happened. So he comes and picks the kids up at what time?
6:30.
6:30. He sends a text message saying,
here.
I'm here. And then the kids run out, get in the car, and they leave.
Yep.
Right. And then what time did they come back?
7:45.
7:45. Okay. And did you see the kids come in?
No, I heard them come in. Because I was racked out on my couch. So they came in, shut the door, dogs start barking, my dog starts barking, and that's how I know they're there. They come in, hi mom, bye, And they both went upstairs. I got up, went to take a shower, and that's pretty much how we know they're there.
Yeah, so Shanna greeted them when they came in? Okay. When you said they went upstairs, did you talk to them at all that night, or?
Shanna did. I was really out of it, and I take gabapentin in high doses, and then at those moments I'm just like zoned out. So like that night, I was more out of it more than anything.
So you wouldn't remember the kids talking about anything that may have happened?
I would have, but I didn't, because they usually, by the time they come home, they get in. They either have another snack. I don't remember any of that because I was in the shower. They'll have another snack, then they'll go and shower and everything else and prep to go to sleep because they're in bed by 9.
Yeah.
So that hour and 15 minutes?
Yeah.
Technically, it was they drink water, they went upstairs, they had free time. Liam comes back downstairs to shower, and we just asked them, I was like, how's everything? How's date night? Actually, that was it. It was they told us they went to Bearded Pig, and that particular date night was fine. And that was it.
So they didn't remember anything that may have happened at
the only thing they mentioned was that Jared had a phone call and they had to wait in the car. They couldn't go inside yet, so they just had to sit there and wait, and that was it.
This may just show my lack of knowledge of this, but what's gabapentin?
Gabapentin is it's like a nerve blocker.
Okay.
And it's for pain. So they give it to me for pain and for headaches.
Okay. Does it make you like groggy or anything like that?
Yeah. Yeah, depending on the amount that you take, like some of the pain numbs out. Like for me, at least, I have a really high dose just because of like stuff that's wrong with me, and they also can't figure it out.
It's not like nothing good.
Yeah, it sucks. Yeah.
And so then I guess at that point, after that, I came and talked to you.
Right. So, but at that point, the kids were already asleep. I think, what did I do? I know I did laundry because there was laundry on the bed, and then I just sat there and I was talking to Shanna about all kinds of things. She was wrapping up an order and she put it outside because she said that her client was coming up to pick up an order that night, which is normal. That has happened before. And then it was more of she was just cleaning and we were just talking. She cleaned the kitchen. She cleaned some of her office, and then you guys rang the doorbell like 1 a.m. We're just getting ready to shut down, and I thought you guys were her client, and you rang the doorbell, and I was like, there's no way that your client just rang the doorbell at 1 a.m. What's going on?
Okay. Have the kids said anything recently in the last couple days of, maybe if they remember something?
Like a confrontation or something at the restaurant,
So
or someone following them, or...
We asked them in regards to, was there anything different? And, they just kind of repeated that. All the only thing that really happened was that they had to wait in the car because he was on a business phone call, which, like, we asked him, like, does that happen? And they're like, yeah, sometimes we'll go eat, and then he has to take a phone call, and then he'll be on the phone for the majority of the time. Yeah. And that's just kind of it.
You mentioned something in the very beginning, the type of guy that Jared was. What did you mean by that? Like, tell me, was he like a confrontational person, or no?
No. If I had to ping him, he hated it. He was a keyboard warrior more than anything. Like, because that's what I got. That's all I got for 4 years straight. Is as long as he had a keyboard or he can text it, yeah, he would.
So I'm not going to confront you in person, but I'm going to go home and I'm going to chat it up and say what I want to say.
Because there was one particular time when there was some paperwork for Liam, and he specifically said, "Well, have Liam bring it out." And I'm like, dude, you don't fucking get to tell me what to do. Not in my house. So I walked that paperwork out, and I was like, oh, hey man, this is for Liam, and then check this is for this. Never made eye contact with me. Just looked at it, took it, and that was it.
Yeah.
Now, his wife, you can have a conversation with her. She'll talk to you or anything, but, like, even if we have a doctor's appointment, if we're there, if Shanna's there, and particularly Shanna, he will walk right outside the door and stand there until the doctor comes in. Then he'll stand at the door, but he will not be in that room to interact or anything at all. It, like, eats him alive inside. And he's said it before, and he's told the kids, he's like, it makes me uncomfortable to be around your mom, and blah, 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 and it's fucking annoying.
Do the four all go to the doctor a lot together, or?
We used to, and then everything, of course, changed, but, if I'm readily available, I'll always go. We had one particular instance where all four of us showed up, because they were fighting to not put Liam on additional medication this is for ADHD.
Okay.
And he had shown signs, and he was lacking in school, so Shanna was now pushing it, where it's like, let's get him some help. And the thing that pissed me off the most during that particular interaction is, before we went to the doctor, I asked Liam straight up, I was like, hey man, do you feel like you're struggling in school? And he's like, yeah, I just can't do it. I don't know why I can't just do it.
Right.
So I told him, I was like, hey man, so here's what we're thinking. There's a medicine that might be able to help you focus. So, do you want help so that you can focus in school? And he's like, yeah, I'll do it. And for him, he's already on a series of meds, but he's done that pretty much his whole life.
Right.
So it was more of okay, we can add you another medicine. Are you comfortable with it in a sense? Because we want to test it out so that it helps you. And if it helps you, cool, we'll stay on it. And we got to the doctor, and just listening to them talk, they had the dumbest concerns. And if you read the evaluation, because we had to do a parent evaluation, the teachers had their evaluation, and then the doctors have their evaluation.
Right.
Ours, the teachers and the doctors, pretty much in line, the same shit. And if you read theirs, oh, he's a normal kid, he doesn't do this, he doesn't do that. I'm like, you don't fucking pay attention to your kid.
Right.
And then one of the things that he said during that time was, well, how am I supposed to talk to my kid because, he knows he's special because of his heart. And then, he's going to develop a complex if I have to put him on more medicine. And from Shanna's perspective of how she knows him to be, that particular thing was more of I don't want my kid to be on more medicine because of how it looks on me that my kid is on meds.
Right.
And that just kind of commandeered the moment. I was like, I already talked to Liam. I already talked to him. I asked him if he wants help to focus in school, and there's a medicine that might help him. So he's on board because he wants to do better in school.
Mm-hmm.
So then they fought us because they were like, well, we want to get him evaluated. Great. But if you want that, you're paying for it.
Right.
I'm not paying for that shit because I can give this to him for a week, and if it doesn't work, we can adjust or we can get him off of it. And that's it. I did all the research. It would take like 4 months to get him evaluated, and then another month to 2 months to receive all the data and results.
Right.
So we were sitting here like, here you go. These are we gave them everything.
Let's do it the old school way. See if it works. And
yeah, it's like here. If you want to do this, this is who you need to talk to. Here are the prices.
Mm-hmm.
We're not paying for it, but also know that Liam is going to suffer because he's waiting for this entire school year to get this shit done. I kid you not, and like Shanna, it's like Shanna's like absolute proof that like he should have been on this routine before, like a long time ago. But he took it, he started taking it, and 1 month later he won the spelling bee. He fucking crushed it. And I'm telling you, if you'd have seen him right before that, there was no way that kid could have pulled it off. It blew my fucking mind. I was like, dude, you did it. Like, you're on it. And he knows and understands it, too. Like, he'll get to school if he missed the pill, and he'll talk to his teacher, like, Mr. Shane, do you know if I took my medicine this morning? It's the fucking funniest shit. And he's like, well, did you? And he's like, I don't think so, because, like, I just can't, like, sit down and stuff. And then get a text to Shanna, and it's like, hey, Liam doesn't think he took his meds this morning. She looks at the table, it's right there. And luckily, the school is right next to us, so we just walk it over. And so this is one of those things, man. And there's been a lot of other stuff. Liam recognizes a lot of things for himself and for his health, and we've taught him, like, hey, if you're feeling this type of way, you need to bring it to somebody's attention, because he has a heart defect. And then when he gets out of breath, depending on how it goes, and he gets wheezy, he can feel it. And he feels heavy and tired.
Mm-hmm.
So there have been times, there was one particular time, we had just gone to date night with them, and they were on their week. And Liam told us, and we could hear it. You can hear the crackling in his lungs.
Mm-hmm.
So we let him know, hey, bud, go in there and just ask them to have a breathing treatment. And then if you're not feeling good in the morning, ask them to do another breathing treatment in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
All right? Good. And we sent a text, too. It's like, hey, Liam's breathing doesn't sound that great, you know. It's like, yeah, he's not feeling good, so make sure he gets a breathing treatment, whatever. We kind of pushed to reinforced it. And when he asked that following morning, because he wasn't feeling good, he said no. He said, take the other inhaler, and that is different than getting the breathing treatment.
Right,
it's
right.
two separate things. And then he sent him to school. He got to school. He still wasn't feeling great. So he told his teacher, and he's like, hey, I asked my dad for a breathing treatment, and he told me no. Can my mom come here so I can get a breathing treatment? And luckily, the teacher that he asked understands that he's on the same style of breathing treatment, or I think his brother was, so he understood it. Mm-hmm. We rush over, get him to sit down, get him a breathing treatment. We bring him some food, and he's feeling better. And Shanna, you know, she was proactive, and it's like, hey, we might want to get this looked at just in case, because we can't afford for Liam to have pneumonia.
Mm.
We can't. That shit, from all of my understanding in regards to Liam and his heart and lung condition, pneumonia will kill him.
Mm-hmm.
So why risk him getting any type of, you know, lack of breathing?
Right.
So Shanna set up for him to go to the doctor and everything else for that same day. They lost their shit, and it's like, why would you do that without notifying us? Blah, blah. And it's like, I'm notifying you right now. And it's like, all you gotta do is pick him up and take him. Or we can take him and then drop him off at your house.
Right.
Nope. They didn't want to do that. And then he said that Liam told us that when they got in the car, he pretty much gaslit him. He told him that he was feeling fine and that he didn't hear anything wrong with him. And then he told Liam that Liam was lying. So then when he went in and talked to the doctor, Liam told him, Liam was kind of like forcing his cough.
Right.
And then the doctor obviously was like listening to him. Was like, yeah, you're kind of pushing it, bud. Just relax. And then Liam straight up asked the doctor, like, you can tell that I have a cough, right? But obviously, since we gave him breathing treatment, his lungs are wide open, so he's good at that moment. And it was just a fucking shit show with that. And that's how the interactions go. That's how things with the kids go. Like, and it's a constant back and forth. Abigail I don't even know if she's gonna do it anymore, but she was taking an interest in being proactive in the church. We thought it was fine. We didn't mind. However, we know that they've implemented certain things on the kids and hovered the church over their head, and that's just not how it should be introduced for a child. So we decided, hey, you know what? If Abigail wants to do it, we can take her on our side over here on our weeks. And Shanna was like, yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. You know, that way I can teach her the difference of how it can be.
Right.
Abigail wanted to get baptized, so we, you know, it's like we told her, it's like, that's fine. You know, just make sure you learn and understand what you're committing to. So as she was learning on that, she was like, oh God, I want you guys to go, and I want to do it at this place, and I want Grandma and Grandpa to go, from Shanna's mom and dad. So she sat there, they went on a date night, and she told Jared, hey, like, this is where I want to do it, and I want, you know, Grandma and Grandpa Gardner to be there, I want Shanna and Mario to be there. And Jared just kind of destroyed that vision where he was like, Abigail, this is very important for me. You know, like, I only get to do this once with you. And also, I don't like your grandparents, you know, I can't even remember the reason what he said. And then he added on, he's like, and I really don't like your mom. And if they're there, they're going to ruin the family trip, is what he told her. And it's just aggravating because all of that was about him and not about her at that moment.
Right.
And Liam wanted to say something. Liam was there. And he wanted to say something, and he felt bad because he didn't say anything. And when he told me about it, I told him, bud, you did the right thing. Because if you would have said something at that moment, he would have freaked the fuck out on you, and that's just not worth it. I was like, so you did the right thing, and thank you for telling me.
Right.
But that's more or less how the interactions with the kids went. There was a lot of fighting. And if you guys were to reach out to Dr. Mercedes, I mean, she can kind of give you the rest because the kids talk about them. They talk about us, and it's fine because it's that split household thing.
Yeah.
But there have been lots and lots of moments where he just beats into them and then feeds them just wild information. And then when they come back to our house, we're doing damage control. Damn near every week. It's just a reset. That Monday and Tuesday is always rough because we got to get them back on board. And I mean, it shows. It shows in their academics. It shows when they go and talk to people. They'll be like, "Oh my gosh, your kids, like they're great. Oh, but I saw them last week. Like, what was wrong?"
Right.
And then when you look at their academics, it's the same thing. Throughout the years, they're on their weeks, and you look at whatever they're doing, there's a struggle because there's no assistance. We had to fight. We had to take them to court to get them into the school. And he argued that we were uprooting the kids and that it was too far for him to drive over there.
Right.
And we flat out told them, it's like, we'll pay for the whole school. It's $15,000 per kid.
Right.
So we told them, like, we'll pay for the whole school and like, you know, we'll need help with some supplies. That's it. Like, that's all we're asking of you. And then how it ended up, like, settling that was Shanna gave up child support, which was a fucking joke. And that pretty much as soon as he stopped having to pay for child support, he was like, okay, well then the kids can go. And that was it. But they had real no involvement with the school, nothing like that. I mean, their teachers can also tell you about the interactions with them where it's like, it's normal, but it's not friendly. You know, it's like, oh, we want to know? Okay, great. Like, they can have a conversation with them 100%. But if we're around, shit turns completely different.
So, like, parent-teacher conference and stuff, do they not participate in that, or do they do it separately, or?
They can sign up for a separate time. I think there's only been one time, and it was in the middle of COVID, where we all did it together. And that goes fine, but they don't sit there to, you know, they do it the roundabout way. So because we're on opposite ends and the teacher's present, if we say something, they will find a roundabout way to ask us a question, but it's through the teacher.
Gotcha. They won't directly address
Hell
you,
no.
basically.
No.
Well, it sounds like you guys have a pretty rough relationship for as far as the kids are concerned there.
It was a pain in the ass, man.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, like, the last thing that was happening on our end in regards with the kids, he was fighting to get the kids off of Dr. Mercedes' care, their therapist. He wanted to end the kids going to therapy.
Okay.
He wanted it to stop. And he was saying that he had never agreed to it, and that they go and tell the kids, or I don't know if he thought that we were in there with the kids. The kids go in there by themselves. We're not in there. We usually go in first and we talk to Dr. Mercedes and we kind of give her an update of like what's going on.
Right.
From there we step out, the kids go in there and they chat with her. And they are just open books in regards to what they taught her. That's on them. And it's just to help them along. Outside of that though, he wanted it to stop because at one point or another, he knew that the kids were talking about him.
So that's why he wanted to stop.
And he wanted it to stop. And then he sent us a thing through his lawyer. We forwarded it to our lawyer, and our lawyer was more or less like, is this real? Is this serious? And our lawyer legitimately told us that he ignored it because he didn't think it was serious. And like, he waited out the time.
Right.
So then they went in, he went back in and got serious. It was like, I haven't received a response and blah, blah, blah. And we asked our lawyers, like, hey, can you respond to this? Because this is getting out of hand now, and it's absolutely ridiculous.
Right.
Our lawyer was prepared to be like, I hope this goes forward so I could just crush him in court.
Yeah.
We were hoping that he was going to push it so that we could file a social investigation against him. Because up to pretty much this point, the primary goal, because it wasn't amicable and because of how they're being with the kids, we were more or less fighting for the kids to have a chance and for Shanna to have majority decision making. And if she could have more timeshare on her, and if it was like 60-40 or whatever, if we could bend it just enough, it'd be great because the kids would be better off.
Right.
You know, and if we could push them into the corner of all the interaction with the kids, we all need to be together.
Yeah.
So they could just suck it. And I don't care if they're suffering because they're uncomfortable. I'd much rather it all be right there in one, so if they say something dumb, I can immediately, I'm confrontational. I don't care about that. So I could be like, no, hell no, dude, we're not doing that.
Right.
And I can shut him down and the kids can see, hey, like, not this. We can do it this way.
Right.
And we'll all be here, so there's no, oh, well, they said, no. That shit was just so annoying to me. But that's what we were fighting for. And I was hoping that, like, hey, all right, I'm prepared. We got everything we kind of need. If he pushes for this therapy thing, it'd be absolutely hilarious because we'll get crushed. And then we could push for a social investigation.
Yeah.
Was there an incident, I'm talking about kids, man, was there an incident with Jared and Liam involving something with Valentine's Day? Chocolate in the bed or something like that?
I don't know about that particularly. I'm pretty sure that sounds kind of like Liam, like he would steal chocolate and eat it. He does that. He'll like sneak into our pantry like early in the morning before people wake up, and he'll go in there and like he's been caught at our house. I'm pretty sure he's done that similar over there.
Yeah.
I don't know anything specific about
So you
that.
didn't hear anything about? Okay. And then my other question, man, and it's about my last question. Now, knowing Jared and knowing, kind of who he is and knowing what happened, what do you think happened to him?
Ah, shit, man. I mean, it's a big speculation. Like, Shanna's parents came to spend time with Shanna and the kids, and help them throughout all of this. And, when you guys showed up, I felt like everything you guys asked were, like, pretty basic questions. Like, substance abuse, did he have any enemies, stuff like that. But it's one of those things where it's just like, man, you need to get in line. Because I know people that don't like him. I told you I don't like him in particular. I don't care for that dude. But as far as, like, I haven't heard anything directly out of you guys. Like, I haven't been told anything. It's just what you can read and what you can find online. Mm-hmm. And it's one of those things where it's just like, I don't understand why he got out of the car. The only thing I can think of is he knew somebody that was right there in front of him because I can't think of any other reason for you to get out of your vehicle. If someone approaches your vehicle and you don't know them, or they want to get in your car, you're just going to speed away.
Right.
Or if they're in front of you, shit, or like, you know, if something's about to go down right in front of you, I'd rather run that person over. I will 100% just hit the gas. If I don't know them,
Yeah.
there's no reason to get out of the car. None. I can't. So outside of that, outside of he knew who was there or whatever, I don't know enough about the guy to know what he's involved in or what he could have been involved.
Gotcha. Who, you just said you knew a bunch of people that didn't like him, like who?
Shit, man. I mean, like, people from his church.
From his church down in St. Louis County?
Yeah. Like, and it's a lot because of the people that know Shanna, and because those same people that know Shanna, for instance, right now, he passed away, so his wife, I'm pretty sure Shanna told you, but his wife texted Shanna that they could come and pick up the kids for their ceremony, for the funeral, and that they would drop them off when they were done. And it was like, we're going because we're going to be with the kids. And
That
they're going
makes perfect sense.
to they're going to stand right next to us.
Yeah.
And we even spoke to the therapist about it. It's like, Shanna's the mom. You're not going to take that away from the kids or from Shanna. And we want them to go because they have to have that closure. They have to have something to let go of, and then you say their goodbyes, pay respects. I was all in for that. She straight up was like, you are not welcome here. You've been vile to him and blah, blah, blah. And it's crazy because when we let her come into our house, that following morning after you told us, when we were going to break the news to the kids, she asked, she's like, could I be there when the kids, when you tell the kids? And we were like, yeah, that's perfectly fine.
Right.
So it's like beyond that, like friends of Shanna that still practice and are in that church, they also received notice that they are not allowed to attend the public service for Jared. And it's just, it goes like that. It's more of like people that know of Jared through Shanna and have experienced who Jared is, they don't like him.
Right.
So that's kind of where the list goes. It's more of like through Shanna's contacts, and it's like, it's not even her friends or closer circle of friends, it's like acquaintances.
Right.
Shanna used to be a teacher, a lot of those kids go through that church, so like she knows them from those interactions where it's like, oh, I know this mom, I used to teach her kid, hey, we can have a friendly chat. All of a sudden, they are alienated because they had a chat with Shanna, so they can't have anything to do with the family, with
Right.
Jared's family. And even right now, the kid's grandparents, Jared's parents, they came all the way from Germany. Not one of them has contacted us to ask us about the kids. Not one.
Yeah.
And that also happened to Jared's brother. Jared's brother left the church, so they 100% nixed him. Him and his kids, so the other grandchild, they pretty much don't exist. And that's just kind of how the family tree is in that sense. And then right now, Kirsten, to me, well, she writes his emails, and we can tell the difference.
Right.
We know it's her. And like right now, she doesn't have any leash anymore because there's no restriction, and she's just being told a bitch.
Kirsten is?
Hell yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like, for her to tell Shanna that she can't go and that she can come and pick up the kids and they'll return them at their own leisure or whatever.
It seems a little unfair considering if you guys let her come into
Exactly.
your house and be there and...
Man, it's super annoying because even when she showed up to the house, we told her, like, we're going to have a chat outside before you come in.
Yeah.
Make sure we're all on the same page. So one of the first things that comes out of her mouth is like, you know, I know that over the years it's been rough, but, you know, I want you guys to know that Jared did love you guys and always wanted to be friends. And I'm sitting there like, I was looking at Shanna, and I was just like, Shanna told me to not say anything, so I didn't.
Right.
I was like, I'll be nice just because of what's happening, and the kids are more important. But at that point, I just want to be like, shut your mouth, because you're lying. Like, do not come in my house with that bullshit and say some stupid shit to the kids.
Right.
So we just kind of deviated. Shanna deviated that moment. It was like, we just want to make sure that she said it. She's like, I am going to let the kids know what happened, and we're going to leave the floor open for them to ask questions because the questions are going to pour in. We're going to keep it simple. So we sat around my table. Shanna let them know. The kids had their moment, and they started asking questions, and I opened it up. After that, I did the follow-up because Shanna was crying. And then it was well, what's going to happen, like, with our little sisters, you know, because I have 2 sisters.
Mm-hmm.
So we let them know, we reassured them, it's like, as long as Kirsten's available and, you know, we can settle on times and stuff like that, like, we'll take you. And we've taken the kids to their house so they could see their sisters in this, it's been almost, 2 weeks now?
Yeah.
In this, the very first, like, within the first 3-4 days.
How did that go when you went over there?
Well, here's the other part. So, she knew we were coming, and we gave her a heads up, and she texted Shanna, and she said, well, I don't know if she said I want to keep it brief, but she said, it's been very overwhelming right now, so, you know, we also let her know that, you know, my in-laws were with us, so we didn't want to impose, so we'll make it brief. The kids, Abigail made like an entire basket, a gift basket of like, here, have this, and this is for their little sisters and stuff like that, and we pull up to the house. Her parents are there. They have 2 friends there. The kids are playing in the front yard. It didn't seem very overwhelming at all, you know, or like she was alienating anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
We had a conversation with her parents. Her mom was very, again, it's a speculation, but it's like, she didn't seem to care about Jared because they're from Seattle.
Right.
And she was just like, you know, stuff like this happens. That's exactly what came out of her mouth. And she's sitting there talking to my in-laws. But then she, like, rerouted the entire thing, and her mom started talking about, you know, we lost one of our grandsons in Texas, and that's when she got emotional. But there was no direction of anything with Jared. Right. And then when we told her that Kirsten had told us, like, yeah, like, she told us she was overwhelmed, so we didn't want to impose and be here for too long. And her mom just looked confused as hell. It was weird.
Yeah.
It was weird. And then now, you know, after the funeral thing, you know, we are doing our own thing with the kids. Shanna yesterday had the kids write letters, and, you know, we burned them, and we took the ashes, and Shanna took out the kids to the beach so they could bury them.
Mm-hmm.
And in, like, another, not this weekend, but the following weekend, we're going to do more or less like a celebration of life, and give some time for Shanna's family to come here to Florida, because they're all from Utah. And we're all going to spend time with the kids and let them know, like, hey, like, you have a support system. We're all here for you guys.
Right.
You know, we, like, this, and this is going to be our normal, more or less. But it's been hella weird. It's super weird what happened to him. I can only, like, imagine certain weird shit. But for sure, for someone to get out of the car, like, that shit makes no sense.
Right.
I do not get it.
Yeah. It's weird for sure.
Everything, to me, everything is like, someone was there waiting for him, and he definitely knew them. 100%. Because even if they were in front, or they were behind him, whatever the hell, if he knew them and there was about to be trouble, he could just back that car up and get the hell out of there.
Right.
Or if they were behind him, he just floored it. Or if they were on foot, he could have floored it. You know, I'm sitting here thinking of situations how would I handle something that's about to endanger me, and I have my kid in the back? Hell no.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. But what happened with him is strange. His family, they're acting like assholes. Kirsten's an asshole right now. Like, I just don't like any of them right now. I'm more focused on trying to get a routine, not just for the kids, but also for Shanna, because she's overwhelmed in the sense of she's trying to absorb all the kids' emotions when they are feeling overwhelmed. Like, they're having nightmares, shit like that, and I expect that.
Mm-hmm.
But then it's also like certain things are happening where it's like, oh, well, we're going to do this, and it's we don't have to do that anymore. Mm-hmm. Like, we don't have to do that anymore because there's no split. There is no, we have to do it our way and walk on eggshells because they're going to go back to their house and they have their way.
Right, right.
It's just our way, and I have to, like, remind Shanna, it's like, hey, you got to get a hold of this and, like, instill your discipline now because that's what the kids are going to know.
Right.
And it's that has been the most difficult part. The kids, they have bounced back pretty well because they're not there every day, so they're not getting bombarded with the mourning of it every single day. They've been able to move forward, and like the school has been great, being that it's a private school and it's a lot smaller. Like the head of the school is involved, and she knows about the kids. She introduced them to a grief counselor, and we have access to that resource because of the school.
Right.
We have access to those teachers, and they love the kids. And that was another thing that happened. Kirsten called the school, talked to the headmistress, literally yelled at her for putting out information to the parents, which we gave to the school. We let them know, hey, the kid's dad passed away. Please inform the teachers so that way they can pass it on to the parents. That way their kids aren't insensitive to our kids.
Of course.
And we can prepare our kids better so they can get back in the routine of going to school. And when she released the letter, the head of the school, Kirsten lost her shit. She yelled at her, like, how dare you, like, I'm going to instill some law where you can't pass that information. She's like, I'm going to sue the school. And then when the head of the school told us about it, we were just like, what the hell is going on right now?
Yeah. Maybe just emotions, I guess, I don't know.
I don't get it, man.
Yeah.
I don't get it. A lot of this, I would say, the only thing that I am concerned about is I don't know what Jared was into, so I don't know if this is going to affect us in any way outside of coming here to talk to you guys. We don't mind. That's fine, because we don't know shit.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like, since we don't know anything, how does that affect my family right now?
Of course.
And it's been a concern for my parents, or for my in-laws, because of the fact that, like, they're wealthy people, and it's anything to do with Jared has always been more or less he doesn't like Shanna, and everything else that they dealt with was about money.
Right.
During the divorce, my in-laws, they paid for his school, and they've paid for all the son-in-law's school, because they have nothing but daughters.
Right.
And he tried to sue them because his lifestyle was about to change during the divorce. So it's just like a lot of the stuff with him, and I guess, and from what they know of him, he was very money driven,
right,
in that sense. But anything past that, we just don't know shit. How could this affect Shanna and the kids? I don't know. I don't know if he was involved with something that is to deal with money, and now because he's gone, is this going to affect Shanna in some way, shape, or form? You know.
Yeah, I'd like to be able to tell you that we have all the answers, but we don't.
Right. Everybody's just kind of lost right now, and like, I don't know anything else that I can answer for you guys, you know?
Yeah, I mean, if I find something out that I can give some concrete information, I'll let you know, but
please.
Right now that's not the case.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
But hey, thank you so much for coming down. I know it's not what anyone wants to do, come spend their day with us, but
no,
we appreciate it.
And trust me, we get it. Like, when Shanna told me, she said, hey, one of the detectives just called me, and they want to talk to us. So, like, I was like, well, I can't do it right now. They're always welcome. I was like, could they come over? Like, you guys have come over before, and we're right there.
Yeah.
I thought you meant downtown,
no,
by the way. And I was like, oh, shit, we're going to have to make time.
Yeah.
You know? So, that's why we pushed it for today.
Yeah.
And then the rest of that was Shanna was like, well, what could we tell them? And I told her, I was like, we tell them what we know, which is our interactions with Jared, how Kirsten is being a total bitch right now, and how this has been. For me, this has only been for 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
For Shanna, it's been like 7-8 years, and then before the divorce, it was everything that she dealt with him.
Right.
So.
Yeah. Well, like I told Shanna, we don't know what we don't know until we know it, so we don't know what's going to help and what isn't. So
right.
At this point, we're just trying to get to know Jared, because if he was into something, the only way we're going to find out about it is to find out his background and
right.
stuff. So.
Right.
But we really do appreciate it, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah. We'll walk you out.
Detective Johns, how many questions do you think you asked during that interview?
Maybe 3 or 4.
Your Honor, I think now would be a good time to take a break.
Do you have much more?
I probably have 30 minutes left.
Okay, is the jury okay? Okay, you can keep going.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Stifler, you can proceed.
Yes, sorry, I was waiting for Ms. Simpkins. All right, Detective Johns, following that interview, or on that day, did you also schedule for AB and LB to come for a interview with the Child Protection Team, which are the people who interview young children?
Yes, we did.
And what date was that interview for the children scheduled to take place?
I believe it was March 2nd.
So following your interview with Mr. Fernandez, Ms. Gardner, and your investigation and identification of the blue truck and the investigation to the 10mm firearm, is it fair to say that the investigation ran a little cold up and until July of 2022 when Detective Burrell found that tire at 5239 Potomac Avenue?
Yes, that's correct.
When he found that tire, briefly give the jury an idea into the investigation that you began into a man named Henry Tenon.
Like I said, up until that point, we were kind of running out of leads. We didn't really know where to go. We were continuously trying to find this truck, but weren't having a whole lot of luck with it. So we start looking at just kind of ancillary people that we didn't think were going to be that really important to our overall investigation. And while Detective Lamont and Detective Burrell were interviewing Mr. Ordway at the Potomac address, Detective Burrell, as he's already testified to, found this tire. He thought the tire looked similar to the one that was left on the scene, so he decided to bring it back to the police station.
And you already previously testified that you were able to compare the DOT numbers and see that they were manufactured at the same factory the same week.
Correct.
I want you to give me a brief overview into your investigation into an individual by the name of Henry Tenon. What did you start pulling in regards to Mr. Tenon?
Well, we initially didn't know that Mr. Tenon was related to the tire until later we found out that we went back and talked to Mr. Ordway some more and said, hey, where did this tire come from? And we realized that Henry Tenon's father actually owned a blue Ford Lariat. And that's when we started making this connection that, oh, wow, this truck is the one that matches the one we're seeing on surveillance. The tire found on the road belonged to a Ford F-150 of the same make and model. So then we started looking into Mr. Tenon as far as his financials, toll records, our phone records, everything that we'd normally do when we start looking at somebody.
Did you you mentioned pulling his financial records. We're going to talk about that a little bit later, but did you also pull his phone records?
Yes, we did.
Did you identify him as having phone contact with the defendant in this case, Mario Fernandez Saldana, leading up to the homicide?
Yes.
And the jury's going to hear from a witness later about those phone records, but was that of significance to you in your investigation?
Yes, it was.
Did you identify Mr. Tenon as having lived at the house at 5239 Potomac Avenue at some point?
Yes, he was a prior tenant.
Were you able to figure out where he was living when he came onto your radar as a serious suspect in July of 2022?
He was still living at the same residence. He just wasn't the listed tenant.
And at this point, you had not identified the shooter that we saw on the compilation video earlier.
Correct.
But you were aware that the shooter that you saw on video appeared to be a tall black male.
Yes, that's correct.
Can you describe for the jury Mr. Tenon's physical appearance?
He is a very broad-shouldered, very tall black male.
Did you also did you consider interviewing Mr. Tenon as a suspect in the case at that point?
At that time, we felt like he was probably a very good chance that he was somehow at least involved in this. So when we have a suspect like that, what we like to do is kind of take a step back and learn as much about them as we can before we just go in and start questioning them.
And to learn as much about him as you can, did you interview people that were associated with him?
Well, first we pulled his financials and records and all that stuff, and then we started talking to the people who knew him.
Did that include individuals he worked with and his bosses at his job?
Yes.
Where did you discover Mr. Tenon worked when you were investigating him?
Sorry. Monison Pallets.
Where is Monison Pallets?
Maybe 1.5 miles, 2 miles from the Potomac residence.
So that would be in the northwest quadrant of Jacksonville, Florida?
That's correct.
At some point, did you decide to further your investigation by placing Henry Tenon under arrest for charges other than the homicide you were investigating?
Yes, part of, once we realized that he was a suspect and likely had some type of involvement in this, we did start surveilling him, and eventually we knew that he did not have a valid driver's license and had been a habitual traffic offender, so we decided at that point to go ahead and arrest him.
And what charges did you arrest him on?
Felony DWLS or driving while license is suspended, and then
I believe he was also charged with having a firearm as a convicted felon.
And the firearm he had, was that a firearm you actually collected during his arrest?
Yes, it was, I believe it was actually ruled as an antique shotgun.
It was not a handgun or a 10 mm firearm?
No,
Was it operable?
I don't believe so.
Did it meet the legal definition of firearm such that you all could proceed with that investigation?
No.
Briefly describe for the jury how it was that you came to get Mr. Tenon into custody.
We coordinated with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, since he lives in their jurisdiction, we kind of met with the Sheriff's Office, described how he was a suspect in our investigation. They agreed to essentially conduct the traffic stop and then bring him back to the Crime Gun Intelligence Center here at the State Attorney's Office so that we could interview him.
And the Crime Gun Intelligence Center is a substation of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Correct.
Basically.
Yes.
When you brought Mr. Tenon back, were you able to obtain a DNA swab from him?
Yes, we did.
And were you able to obtain a cell phone from his person?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
When you arrested Mr. Tenon in August for driving on a suspended license, what vehicle was he driving?
He was driving a white Ford Crown Victoria.
Did he have a set of keys in his pocket?
Yes, he did.
And did those keys belong to a Crown Vic?
No.
What vehicle do they belong to?
The Ford F-150.
I'm showing you what's been marked as and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 192. Can you tell me what this is?
Those are the truck keys.
And are these truck keys you recovered from the person of Mr. Tenon during his arrest?
Yes.
And I'm showing you what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 95. Is this a swab of Mr. Tenon's cheek?
Yes.
And is this how you obtain an individual's DNA?
Yes.
And did you or one of your detectives, did you take the swab yourself?
I collected the swab.
And then here we have what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 127. Is this a cell phone that you took off Mr. Tenon's person during his arrest in August of 2022?
Yes.
Do you remember the date he was arrested for the DWSR?
I'd have to check the exact date. I know it was in August, but you want to check?
Sure.
It was August 18th.
August 18th, 2022. And then I'm also showing you State's Exhibit 193. Is this a swab that was taken from those silver Ford keys that were recovered from Mr. Tenon's person during his arrest on August 18th?
Yes.
Once you collected those keys, these swabs, and Mr. Tenon's cell phone, were you able to do search warrants for cellular site location information for the number associated with the phone that you recovered?
Yes, we did.
Were you able to do a forensic download of that cell phone?
Yes.
We'll hear more about that later from a different witness, the expert witness on that. But overall, in general, did the cell site data from Mr. Tenon's cell phone place him in Jacksonville Beach the night of February 16th, 2022?
Yes, it did.
And did you send Mr. Tenon's DNA swab to the lab at ATF for comparison against the swab from the tire recovered from the crime scene and the swab of his vehicle keys?
Yes, we did.
What were the results that were relayed to you? Was Mr. Tenon's DNA included on that tire and those keys?
Yeah. Not using the language the analysts would
They're going to
probably
hear
use.
from the DNA expert.
Okay.
But
Yes, it was basically a matched.
in terms of your investigation, were you able to confirm at that point, based on the cell site location data, the appearance of the shooter on camera, and those DNA results, that Henry Tenon, you believed at that point in your investigation to be the shooter.
Yes, that's correct.
So did you obtain a search warrant for Henry Tenon's belongings at 5239 Potomac Avenue?
Yes.
And do you recall what date it was that you executed the search warrant at Potomac Avenue?
I'm just going to look at my record real quick. It's been in October. It was October 5th.
Okay. I'm showing you, I'm going to go through some photographs fairly quickly and go through some items you collected at the house. This is States 101. Is this 5239 Potomac Avenue?
Yes, it is.
And does this picture accurately and fairly depict how the house looked and the appearance of the house in October of 2022?
Yes, it is.
And in States 102, are we just seeing another view of that home?
Correct. Just the angle from the other side of that vehicle.
States 103, is this the entrance of the house?
Yes.
Entryway into the home?
Correct.
104, we see some bedrooms and we see that the tile has been ripped up off the floor.
Correct.
105, there is, how many bedrooms are in this house total?
I believe there are 3 bedrooms. This is just another view of that same hallway.
Right. 106, as I go through these, if you could just briefly narrate for the jury.
Yeah, this is just the bathroom.
107.
One of the other bedrooms.
108.
Another bedroom.
In States 109, was there mail for this address in Mr. Tenon's name at the residence?
Correct.
110, more mail in Mr. Tenon's name. 111, what is this we're looking at?
This is just the kitchen.
112.
Another picture of the bathroom.
113, we see the bathroom and the sink is broken.
Correct.
States 114, is this the interior of the garage?
That's correct.
115, another view of the garage.
Yes.
116, inside the garage looking out.
Yes.
117, if you're standing inside the garage, the left-hand side of the garage.
Correct.
States 118. Were you directed to this particular area by the current tenants of the home who had moved in after Mr. Tenon's arrest?
He stated that that's where a lot of Mr. Tenon's belongings have been placed.
Okay, so you specifically were looking in the garage in this area based on what these tenants told you where to look.
That's correct.
In 119, we see one boot. Was that boot later collected by evidence technicians that were present with you during the execution of this search warrant?
Yes.
And 119, I'm sorry, that was 119, 120?
Correct. The other boot.
121, what are we seeing?
Just another angle of the boot.
122.
Correct.
And 123 is the back of those boots.
That's correct.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
What was significant about these boots that made you all collect them?
They appeared to match the same boots that were in the video collected from Grande of the gentleman walking away from the crime scene.
And by gentleman, you mean the individual, the shooter?
Yes.
Yeah. Somebody's going to have to help me with this. Uh-oh. Okay. Just right here is fine. You can put it right here for now.
Sure.
Detective Johns, if you stand up, can you see the boots that are here?
I can see them.
Okay.
Those are the same boots we collected.
These are the boots that are collected. And you believe them to be consistent with the boots you can see on the shooter on the surveillance video the jury's watched previously?
That's correct.
Did you also collect a jacket in the home?
Yes.
And why did you collect, well, you collected several jackets, but in particular in examining these jackets afterwards, and this is States 128, what was significant about this particular jacket?
It also appeared to match the jacket that was being worn by the shooter.
I'm not sure. Could you do that? I think when he was answering, there's some...
Yes, that appeared to be the same jacket that was being worn by the shooter in the video.
I'm going to go through the rest of these photos fairly quickly. States 124, is that the cell phone that you previously identified?
That's another cell phone, I believe.
I'm sorry, you're correct. Did you also collect a cell phone in the belongings of Henry Tenon? You took one off his person in August, and in October, did you find one with his belongings in the garage?
Yes, that's correct.
And this is a cool pad cell phone. Did you also send this to the computer forensics unit with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office for forensic examination?
Yes, we did.
And we'll hear more about that later. The jury's going to hear from ATF about the recovery of the blue two-toned truck. But I want you to explain to the jury how it was that you eventually located the suspect vehicle in this case.
Once I received Mr. Tenon's financial records, I located a transaction for a tow service. We then used his toll records and his data, location data, to basically see where he was at on that day, and we were able to track down the location of the truck.
And where was the truck located?
It was off of, it was at his friend's house, Mr. Jones' residence off University. I don't remember the exact address. I can look for you.
Did you actually go to the search warrant for that truck?
Yes, I did.
To recover the truck?
Yes.
Okay. Was that at 1705 University Street?
Yes.
And was that truck sealed, towed, and processed at the Jacksonville Beach Police Department's secured lot?
Yes, it was.
Were you present for the processing of that truck?
Yes.
I'm going to go through some. This is States 144. It's a picture of those keys I just showed you. Were you able to unlock the vehicle with those keys?
Yes.
We're seeing here States Exhibit 145. Is this the Ford F-150 that you recovered at 1705 University Street and processed at Jacksonville Beach?
Yes, that's correct.
And we can see that it is in fact a Ford two-toned F-150. And does this truck have a tag number that matches the registration to Henry Tenon's father, Henry Clement Tenon?
Yes, it does.
States 147, we see that the vehicle has been sealed. Is that what these stickers indicate?
That's correct.
States 148 is the bed of the truck.
Correct.
States 149, what are we looking at here?
It was a spare tire that was underneath the truck.
And States 150.
It's the interior from the driver's door.
States 151.
The rear seat from the driver's side.
And States 152.
The box that is believed to have contained the boots.
And Mr. Mizrahi's going to Vanna White for me and show you what's been marked as Exhibit 168. Is that the box collected from the vehicle?
Yes, it is.
Or was the box collected from the vehicle? Exhibit 153, what are we looking at here?
It's the passenger side front seat.
States 154.
Passenger side back seat.
States 155. Can you explain to the jury what you found in the truck that you believe to be of evidentiary value and led to further investigation?
So if you've ever had business checks, they typically come with a stub that the business owner can retain so they can write a record of who they wrote the check to. This was found inside the truck and is basically the stub off of 3 business checks, but all 3 of them are still intact.
I'm going to show this. This is States Exhibit 167. Are these the 3 check stubs that you recovered in the vehicle?
Yes, they are.
The same ones depicted in this photograph. Were you able to find the corresponding deposits for those check numbers in Mr. Tenon's financial records?
Yes.
And you're going to testify a little bit later about that, but to spoil the ending, were those checks written to Mr. Tenon by the defendant in this case, Mario Fernandez?
Yes, they were.
Okay, and we're seeing in States 156 a photograph of a steering wheel. Was the interior of Mr. Tenon's vehicle swabbed for the presence of DNA?
Yes, it was.
How many swabs were there approximately taken that day?
Dozens.
I'm going to ask you about one in particular, State's Exhibit 169. This is a swab from the steering wheel taken by an evidence technician, Ashley Hawkins. Were you present when she took the swabs of the interior of the vehicle, including this one of the steering wheel?
Yes, I was. And yes, that is it.
And did you also submit these swabs, and in particular this one, to ATF for forensic testing?
Yes, we did.
As I stated, we'll hear from the analyst, but were you also advised at some point during your investigation that Henry Tenon's DNA was included on this swab from the steering wheel as depicted in States 156?
Yes.
States 157, what are we looking at here?
There's contents inside the vehicle, or from the vehicle.
States 158?
Same thing, statement for child support, I believe.
States 158, and that is under the name of Henry Tenon with the address of 5239 Potomac Ave.
Correct.
States 159, we see that there was some mailers in Mr. Tenon's vehicle in the name of Mario Fernandez with the address of 5239 Potomac Ave.
That's correct.
And those could
Junk
be
mail.
junk mail. States 160, are these more items from the interior of the vehicle?
Correct.
States 161, we see a JEA bill for Henry Tenon at 5239 Potomac.
Yes, that's correct.
And again, we see in States 152 another JEA bill for Henry Tenon at 5239 Potomac.
Yeah, it's the same bill, just a different photo.
And here, the vehicle registration for the Ford F-150 under Henry Clement Tenon was actually located inside this truck.
That's correct.
Here we see, is that a picture of that here in States 163?
Yes.
And did you do investigation into Mr. Tenon's father, Henry Clement Tenon?
We knew he was deceased, but no, we didn't really do any kind of investigation.
That was my question. Was he alive during the murder of Jared Bridegan?
No,
He had passed away prior to Jared's death.
that's correct.
We see in States 164, IRS paperwork for Henry Tenon at 5239 Potomac Ave. And
That's
then
correct.
what are we seeing here in States 165?
It's a paycheck stub from Monison Pallets for Mr. Tenon.
And it says Henry Tenon, 5239 Potomac Avenue, earnings for piecework. Was he paid by the piece, I guess, for his labor at Monison Pallets?
As I understand it, yes. So
What are we seeing here in States 166?
it's would probably be an ATM receipt for a cash withdrawal from PNC Bank.
And so this ATM receipt was located in the blue Ford F-150?
That's correct.
And the date and transaction for this
March.
transaction, you'll testify about that later. States Exhibit 200, who is this?
That's Mr. Henry Tenon.
So as you were collecting this information and receiving cell site data results, placing Mr. Tenon in Jacksonville Beach the night of Jared Bridegan's murder, DNA results for the tire left at the crime scene, the truck and the keys, and other information, did you make the decision to arrest Henry Tenon for the murder of Jared Bridegan?
Yes, we did.
Did you immediately arrest him after receiving this information?
No.
Can you explain to the jury what investigative technique or step you decided to utilize concurrent with the arrest of Henry Tenon?
We decided to use the arrest as what they call a tickle, because we were going to do a T3 wire, or what is commonly referred to as a wiretap, on people that we believed were also involved in the homicide.
So this is the last area of your testimony we're going to get to today. And I want to ask you a little bit about what a wiretap is. Can you explain to the jury what a wiretap is?
It is the most intrusive thing that the government could probably do to a person, and that is to listen to your private phone conversations. It's something that we take very seriously. There's a long process. A written affidavit has to go before the state attorney, who has to sign off on it, and then go before a judge. And only then, if it's approved, do we get the authorization to listen to these telephone conversations.
In this case, when did you decide to arrest Mr. Tenon? What was the, I guess, target date for his arrest to complete this wiretap?
I believe it was in August. I'm going to check my notes here.
I'm sorry, not the decision to seek the wiretap, the date that Mr. Tenon was going to be arrested while the wiretap was up and running.
Give me 1 second. Just want to check my notes. It was in January 25th that he was arrested, and that was what we used to kind of get the wire going.
So you mentioned that a wiretap is probably the most intrusive act the government can do to its own citizens. How do you get authority to conduct a wiretap? Do you just set it up and...
Basically, you have to prove that you've tried everything else possible to solve a crime and that nothing else has really kind of worked. But you have to also kind of show that people have a tendency to talk about a crime. That's not really generally true of homicides. However, we had seen in past times that the other suspects that we were targeting had talked about the homicide. So we basically drafted an affidavit that said, hey, we've tried everything we can to bring this case to justice. We've been unsuccessful at doing so. We do believe that by this specific action will generate conversations that will be relevant to our investigation, not just any conversation. And then we basically write an affidavit stating all of this, how we plan to do it, and then rules are drafted as to what we can listen to, what we can't listen to, and usually for a very specific period of time.
Who runs the wiretap?
I mean, it is really the judge's wiretap.
You have to seek judicial approval to go up on a wire.
That's correct.
And in this case, did you seek judicial approval to go up on a wire for several persons of interest and or suspects?
Yes, we did.
And what were the names of the individuals that you were seeking approval for to wiretap their phones?
Shanna Gardner, Mr. Fernandez, a couple of Ms. Gardner's siblings or associates, Kim Jensen, Jeremy Ordway, John Biggerstaff.
And those were individuals that were relevant to your investigation that you believed would communicate with each other?
That's correct.
The focus for a wiretap is on specific individuals, but do you just put their names in the affidavit? How do you identify who you'll be listening to?
Well, first we have to basically identify that the number that we have for that person is actually associated with that person. That is their actual telephone number. We also have to identify the individual and make sure that we're targeting the right person. We're not listening to someone else's conversations. And so basically that's all part of the affidavit that would be put in front of the judge.
Are you allowed to listen to everything people are talking about on a wiretap?
No, they're basically, there'd be people who would be trained with certain guidelines that would be issued by the court as to what you can and can't listen to. They might listen to a very small snippet of a conversation. If it's determined that the conversation is basically irrelevant to our investigation, then they would stop listening for a little while. And then if the conversation were to go on, then they might listen again to make sure that it's still a relevant conversation. But they're only listening for things that are actually relevant to our actual investigation.
And who determines the guidelines for when you can listen and not listen to a conversation?
That'd be all part of the stipulations that the judge would stipulate.
So the judge gives you parameters for what you can and can't listen to?
That's correct.
Are those time related and content related?
Correct. It'd be something like, oh, you can listen for so many seconds. If you determine that they're having a relevant conversation, you need to stop listening maybe for a minute or two. Then you can go back and check the phone call. Same thing, if they start off talking about a relevant topic, but then stop talking about it, you can only listen for so many seconds and then you would need to stop.
And are there fail-safes and protections in place to prevent you from intercepting privileged communications?
Any number that we knew that would be a privileged person that we knew about, we would program that into the software, and that would automatically block those calls from coming up on the listener's screen. If it was a conversation our number that we missed, and it was realized, as soon as it was realized, they would stop recording the call.
You mentioned earlier a phrase, tickle the wire. Can you explain to the jury what that means?
It's an event that is basically prearranged by law enforcement, so it spurs conversation about the actual crime that we're trying to record.
And the event that you're going to use to spur conversation, does that also have to be outlined in the affidavit and approved by the judge?
Yes, it does.
In this case, in January of 2023, you said you were going to use the arrest of Henry Tenon to spur conversation or tickle the wire.
That's correct.
How was that plan in place to come about? What was the mode of communicating to these suspects that Henry Tenon was arrested or going to be arrested?
A news conference was going to be held announcing the arrest of Henry Tenon for the murder of Jared Bridegan.
A news conference was going to be held by whom?
Jacksonville Beach Police.
And was that news conference planned in order to elicit conversation?
Yes, it was.
And can you explain to the jury how it was that you disseminated that information out into the community?
We disseminated it through the media.
So you announced to the media you were having a press conference. What did you tell the media that you were going to do?
Well, I think it was basically told in advance, hey, there's a big break coming in the case. So they would have basically getting them interested in wanting to report on it. And then after that, we would do the announcement.
So the event or the tickling of the wire was telling the media that you were going to have a press conference and announce a big break in regards to the Jared Bridegan case?
Correct.
And did you have that press conference?
Yes.
Were you up on the wire before the press conference?
Yes.
And did you intercept any calls, and I'm going to speak specifically in relation to this defendant, Mario Fernandez, during that wiretap?
Yes, we did.
During that wiretap, after the media announced to the community at large that there was a big break in the Jared Bridegan case, did you intercept, observe, or otherwise find any communications between Mr. Fernandez and Ms. Gardner?
No.
At that point, based on your investigation, were you also surveilling these people real time?
Yes, we were.
And why are you surveilling individuals that you're seeking a wiretap for?
To make sure that you're not intercepting the conversation of somebody else or if you're, basically that's the biggest reason.
At the time you conducted the wiretap and had surveillance and eyes on Mr. Fernandez and Ms. Gardner, where were they physically located in the country?
Ms. Gardner was in Washington State, and I believe Mario was in Orlando at that point. I don't remember if he was in Jacksonville or in Orlando at that point.
They were not living together?
No.
Following the arrest of Henry Tenon and that wiretap, did you later seek an indictment against Mario Fernandez for the murder of Jared Bridegan?
Yes, we did.
And did you all effectuate that indictment and arrest him in March of 2023?
Yes.
Did you hold another press conference then?
I don't believe so.
When you arrested Mr. Fernandez, did you obtain a phone off of his person?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked and entered into evidence of State's Exhibit 184. It's a Samsung Galaxy A13. It has a case on it. Is this the phone that was taken from the person of Mr. Fernandez during his arrest?
I'm not sure if that was the phone that was taken. Let's see. Yes, that was.
If I grabbed the wrong phone.
That was the phone. It is his phone. Yes.
It's Mr. Fernandez's phone.
Yes.
184. When you obtained Mr. Fernandez's phone, did you also submit it to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office Computer Forensics Unit for a forensic download?
Yes, we did.
I have one last thing to show you before we conclude with you for now. I want to show you what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 194. It is a video dated January 25th, 2023. Is that the day that you all arrested Henry Tenon for the murder of Jared Bridegan?
Yes.
And we're seeing a room or building here. What area, location is this that we see?
That is the CJIC office.
The Crime Gun Intelligence Center.
Yes.
And I'm going to play this video. It doesn't have sound. It's audio only.
You mean video?
There's no audio. And we can see some people in this video. Is this yourself that we see and your partner, Detective Lamont?
Yes, that's correct.
And this video in the upper right-hand corner says Axon Body 2. Is this being recorded with a video camera or a phone or a body camera?
It's a JSO body camera.
Does Jacksonville Beach have body cams?
At this time, no.
Okay. And we see an individual here where at 15:34:18 in the timestamp, who is the individual we see walking in the green jumpsuit?
Mr. Henry Tenon.
And Detective Johns, what was the purpose behind having JSO record Mr. Tenon on body cam walking after his arrest?
He has a very unique gait or style of walking, and that was to show that it matched the style of walking that was on the surveillance video from Grotto.
I'm showing you one last slide. This is State's, is this a slide that you or one of your teammates spliced together of different surveillance clips that you recovered from February 16, 2022?
Yes, that's correct.
And this is State's, this is a composition of several clips that were included in a video the jury's already seen, State's Exhibit 91. And we just saw Mr. Tenon walking, and this is a video showing video footage of the shooter walking. And you all made this in order to compare the gait of Mr. Tenon to the gait of the individual you see here.
That's correct.
And here in this video, you were referencing earlier that you collected some boots and a jacket that appeared consistent with video footage that you had obtained.
That's correct.
Yes.
Now, that concludes my questions at this time. We're going to recall Detective Johns later in the State's case.
Okay. Members of the jury, we're going to end today's session, and if you would just leave your notepads on your chair. And I want to thank you all for your time and your attention today. We will start again tomorrow at 9 o'clock. See you tomorrow morning. everyone may be seated. You cannot, generally speaking, you could talk to the lawyers, but because you are technically still in the witness stand, you cannot. So if you would, just follow those rules over the night's recess, and I'll see you tomorrow morning, okay? With your water bottle.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. All right, you can, well, I'll go ahead and excuse you. Before Detective Johns, when you leave, a couple of things I want to let everyone, that is mainly the gallery, know that's come to this court's attention, that it is incumbent upon me that I address. There are certain rules of decorum in a courtroom, especially, Detective, you can go, it's okay. Okay, so there are certain rules of decorum that have to be enforced in a courtroom of law. Let me say before I start that first, number one, I know on both sides of the aisle that the emotions are running high. Number two is that this court is sensitive to both sides basically settling something that is so close to emotion and heart. So this doesn't come lightly, and I know that it's hard, and it's outside of normal human interactions, but for a courtroom of law. There are a couple of things. Disputes in a courtroom of law have to be resolved by the fact finder. They can't be resolved by the court, and they definitely cannot be resolved by the court of public opinion. That's why at every juncture, I have to tell the jurors not to look out what may be reported and what may not. People on the internet, their opinions do not matter. But what does matter is that we cannot have any distraction whatsoever. And I'm not saying, and I will say for the record, I've been looking at the evidence, not necessarily, and at the jury, I haven't been as attentive to what's going on in the gallery, but it has been recorded by the cameras in the courtroom that there have been expressions of either disapproval or approval, and there cannot be any. And when I say none, I mean absolutely none. There haven't been any sounds, but there can't be head shaking, head nodding. And I don't think the jury, because I've been watching them, they've been either looking down at the evidence or looking at the witness. So I don't believe, for the record, I do not see the jury having this be a distraction. But if even the slightest glance would go over to the audience, it cannot be that, hey, the audience agrees or they disagree. Matters like this have to be settled by evidence and law, and that's it. So I just want to mention that, and I know that you all have representatives that talk to you about it, but I want to make sure that you know that the cameras are picking it up, and I don't want to see it. And this is a general addressing, and so anyone else that is seen doing that will no longer be in this courtroom, all right? So I hate to end like that, but I will see you all tomorrow at 9 a.m. Oh. To check 152 and 162. During the testimony, you indicated that the close-up photo of Tenon's JEA bill is 152, and if you could just resolve that conflict for the record. Can you check those two numbers and see which one you were referring to? Is it only electronically?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I mean, there's photos over there, but it's quicker electronically.
Can you go back?
I think it just was mislabeled by my paralegal.
What is it?
It's
The JEA bill.
supposed to be 162. It's
Okay.
labeled in the binder. It's just-
It is. So for the record, when Ms. Stifler was referring to that exhibit, it's 162. All right, court's adjourned. Thank you.